Chapter 5:17. Following Jinyao, Xiao Yan duo slowly walked deeper into the Thousand Medicine House. Because those 5 medicinal ingredients were extremely precious, Jinyao had kept them in a separate hall within the Thousand Medicine House. At this moment, Xiao Yan and Jinyao were heading to this place. As they walked within the Thousand Medicinal House, there would occasionally be people who would pass by Xiao Yan and Shui Yan. When these people saw the renowned owner of the Thousand Medicinal House within Yan City, they would involuntarily stop in their tracks because of the latter's alluring appearance. Only when Xiao Yan and Jinyao had left their line of sight, did they reluctantly withdraw their gazes. At the same time, a sense of enmity rose in their hearts towards the man who had accompanied Jinyao. Xiao Yan naturally sensed the gazes that were filled with enmity being shot at him from behind. Immediately, he could only helplessly smile bitterly and shake his head. He quickened his forward footsteps. However, he unintentionally walked shoulder to shoulder with Jinyao in front of him, causing the killing intent in the gazes that the group of people behind him threw at him to appear even crazier. Ugh! As he felt the increasingly icy gazes behind him, the muscles on Xiao Yan's face involuntarily twitched. As he glanced at the lady in red beside him, Xiao Yan was completely stunned. No wonder this woman was able to establish herself in Yan City. Strength was one aspect, but her bewitchment techniques were even more frightening. He did not even need to lift a finger, yet she was able to make so many people go crazy for her. This kind of woman was the most dangerous. Jinyao merely smiled when she saw the expression that was revealed on Xiao Yan's face. She did not say anything more. However, her swaying body caused one to be even more mesmerized. Moments later, the two of them had already arrived at a deserted area within the Thousand Medicine House. The originally spacious hall was now only left with the corridor in front of them. In the depths of the corridor, there was a pitch-black wall, causing this place to look like an extremely strange dead end. With regards to this, Xiao Yan was already used to it. Immediately, he arrived in front of the black wall. The medicinal ingredients that Mr. Xiao Yan needs are here. When they arrived in front of the black wall, Jinyao casually chuckled. Soon after, she gently lifted her lily-white hand and slowly placed her palm on the black wall in front of her. Caw caw caw, immediately, the pitch-black wall began to gently vibrate. Jinyao took half a step back as the black wall in front of her slowly opened with a series of caw-caw sounds. Behind the wall, there was a sealed stone room. The stone room was surrounded by a thick stone wall, completely isolating this space from the outside world. The only exit that led to the outside world was the stone door that Xiao Yan and Jinyao were standing in front of. Inside the stone room, the walls of the stone room, emitting a gentle glow, illuminating the entire stone room. Inside the room, the stone rooms to Jinyao and Jinyao was to time. Jin S to Yao, Yao's Yao, Yao, and Yao, Yao, Yao's, Yao. The stone pillar was completely black, and there were some carvings of magical beasts carved on it, as well as some cryptic words. On a small platform carved out of the stone pillar, there was a small piece of unknown fragment about the size of a palm. Although Xiao Yan was slightly curious about this, he ignored it at first glance. Looking around, Xiao Yan quickly discovered a large number of medicinal ingredients in the stone room, as well as some special metal materials. There were also a few strange things that even Xiao Yan could not understand. Moreover, what surprised Xiao Yan the most was that the medicinal ingredients in the stone room were all alive. These medicinal herbs were not stored in jade boxes like ordinary pharmacies. Instead, they were planted in a way that allowed them to be planted under special conditions. In this way, not only could they ensure that the medicinal properties of the medicinal herbs were preserved to the greatest extent, but they could also greatly increase the value of the medicinal herbs when they were sold, thus bringing greater profits to the pharmacies. It had to be said that the way the Thousand Medicine Shop did things was really worthy of praise. Most of the precious medicinal ingredients had different growing conditions. If one wanted to plant precious medicinal ingredients in this stone room, not only did one have to have a deep understanding of the medicinal ingredients, one also had to grasp the living environment. If one did not grasp any of these conditions well, it was extremely likely that the medicinal ingredients would be lost. At this moment, the medicinal ingredients in front of Xiao Yan were full of vitality. Clearly, they were planted in an extremely good condition. To be able to do this was enough to prove the uniqueness of the Thousand Medicine Shop. Seeing the amazed expression on Xiao Yan's face, Jin Yao could not help but laugh secretly in her heart. In order to perfectly preserve the medicinal properties of these medicinal ingredients, she had spent a lot of money when she first built this stone room. However, she was extremely satisfied with the function of this stone room. At this moment, when she saw Xiao Yan's expression, she could not help but feel a little happy in her heart. Mr. Xiao Yan, the medicinal ingredients that you need are in here. Please. Pursing her red lips, Jin Yao bowed slightly to Xiao Yan and gestured for him to enter as she said with a smile. Hearing this, Xiao Yan nodded. With a move of his body, he leaped into the stone room. After entering the stone room, Xiao Yan did not stand on ceremony. He directly walked in front of the medicinal ingredients. His sharp eyes instantly locked onto 5 of the medicinal ingredients that he needed. As for the rest, although Xiao Yan was tempted, he did not take another look. Although it is not much, I hope that Mr. Xiao Yan will not mind. Just as Xiao Yan was about to store the 5 medicinal ingredients into his storage ring, Jin Yao's apologetic voice faintly sounded from behind him. Owner Jin need not mind. I am already satisfied to be able to find these. Hearing this, Xiao Yan turned around and smiled at Jin Yao. At the same time, he stored the last medicinal ingredient into his storage ring with one hand as he spoke. Xiao Yan immediately felt a lot more at ease after storing the 5 medicinal ingredients into his storage ring. The expression on his face also became relaxed. His heart let out a long sigh of relief. After which, he turned around and walked out of the stone room. However, just as Xiao Yan reached the door, Gu Yu, who was within his body, suddenly spoke. Xiao Yan's footsteps suddenly paused. Brat, wait. There is something that the old me feels that there is a need to take a look at. The elderly voice that was filled with solemnity was just like a steel nail that caused Xiao Yan's body to freeze on the spot. At the same time, a surprise suddenly rose in his heart. Since Guyu had said it in such a tone, it must be extraordinary. Xiao Yan's eyes slowly narrowed as he quietly thought in his heart. Chapter 5:18. Old Gu, have you discovered something? Xiao Yan frowned slightly within the stone room. His footsteps, which had originally taken a step forward, paused at this moment as he quietly asked Gu Yu in his heart. I have indeed discovered something. Gu Yu spoke in a faint voice. It was not difficult to hear the seriousness in his tone. Xiao Yan's eyes slowly narrowed upon hearing this. A glint flashed deep within his eyes. Since Gu had personally spoken, it was likely something extraordinary. Old Gu, may I know what you are referring to? Xiao Yan turned around. His sharp eyes slowly swept over the stone room behind him. However, he did not discover any strange objects. Hence, he could only open his mouth and ask Gu Yu. It is on that stone pillar. Do you see that fragment? I am referring to that thing. Gu Yu's calm voice was once again transmitted. Xiao Yan also lifted his eyes and looked over. His eyes saw a platform that had been carved out of the stone pillar. At this moment, there was a palm-sized, jade-like, shell-like fragment suspended on a thin rope. It was suspended on a thin rope like a piece of shell-like material. That is, Xiao Yan frowned slightly. Only then did he discover that the fragment was indeed a little strange. Numerous distorted broken symbols appeared in Xiao Yan's eyes on the fragments. The lustrous treasure light was being emitted from these symbols. This is a formation plate. Xiao Yan immediately associated it with the formation plates that he had seen earlier when he saw those symbols. Those formation plates had some sharp and difficult to understand words carved on them. At this moment, the fragment in front of Xiao Yan was carved with those same symbols. Although it was different, Xiao Yan was able to recognize it at a glance. More accurately speaking, this is a fragment from a certain formation plate. Guyu slowly explained. Xiao Yan gently nodded. Both of his eyes stared at the formation plate fragment. His footsteps slowly approached it as he extended his hand with the intention of grabbing it. Mr. Xiao Yan. Just as Xiao Yan was about to act to remove the fragment, Jin Yao's somewhat solemn voice was suddenly transmitted from behind him. The voice was filled with an invisible deterrence, causing Xiao Yan to instantly recover. The expression in his eyes hardened and his dark black pupils involuntarily shrank. Immediately, Xiao Yan's feet staggered as he took 2 steps back. He turned his gaze and looked at Jin Yao with a solemn face. Xiao Yan could hear a trace of enmity from Jin Yao's voice. Xiao Yan's hairs stood on end when he sensed this. It would be troublesome if this woman in front of him attacked him. At the same time, Jin Yao's pretty face was slightly startled when she saw the grave expression on Xiao Yan's face. Immediately, her ice-cold expression gradually turned for the better. Her fluctuating aura also calmed down. I'm sorry, Mr. Xiao Yan. I was a little agitated just now. Jin Yao slowly spoke as she bowed to Xiao Yan. Cough cough. I am unable to accept these words from owner Jin. Moreover, this thing belongs to your 1,000 medicinal house. It is indeed wrong for me to take it without permission. Xiao Yan coughed dryly and hurriedly waved his hand while wearing a wary expression. His tone was a little apologetic as he carefully spoke. This woman in front of him had just revealed a murderous intent toward him. However, in the blink of an eye, she had turned into a nonchalant manner. This caused Xiao Yan to feel as though he was a cicada in winter. Mr. Xiao Yan is too courteous. You have helped me revive the 1,000-fan tree. If Mr. Xiao Yan needs the things inside, you don't have to be courteous. Feel free to take them. However, the fragment behind you, at this point, Jin Yao's voice paused slightly. The words that were at the tip of her tongue could not be spat out. It's fine. I was just curious and could not help but want to take a look. If it is inconvenient for owner Jin, I will take my leave. Xiao Yan's eyelids lowered slightly. A glint flashed in the depths of his eyes. With a dry laugh, he lifted his foot and walked out of the stone room. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, Jin Yao's pretty face became somewhat unsettled. Currently, she wholeheartedly regarded Xiao Yan as a rank 3 alchemist. Even in the entire western region, there were only a few alchemists of that level. If she could establish a good relationship with him, it would be endlessly beneficial for both her and the 1,000 medicine house in the future. If at this moment, her relationship with Xiao Yan was broken because of an unknown array fragment, the gains would not make up for the losses. Mr. Xiao Yan, please wait. Just as Xiao Yan gritted his teeth and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Just as he was about to walk out of the stone room, Jin Yao behind him also gritted her teeth and made a decision in her heart. As she turned around, she spoke to Xiao Yan in a serious voice. Phew, Xiao Yan quietly sighed in relief in his heart. He wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead in an undetectable manner. His frightening face swiftly recovered its calmness. Immediately, he slowly turned around, smiled at Jin Yao and deliberately asked, "Is there anything else owner Jin needs?" Jin Yao's beautiful eyes narrowed. A glint flashed across her bright eyes. Only then did she come to her senses. From the looks of it, she had been tricked by Xiao Yan. But now that things had come to this, she could only accept this losing deal. Helplessly laughing bitterly in her heart, Jin Yao finally lifted her beautiful eyes. Her red lips pursed slightly, revealing a warm smile that would move one's heart. She looked at Xiao Yan and slowly said, "If Mr. Xiao Yan wishes to take a look at this fragment, I will hand it over to Mr. Actually, the reason why I called out to Mr. just now is because there is a barrier that I have personally placed on this stone pillar." As she spoke, Jin Yao's soft lovely body slowly turned around. She raised her hand and swiftly formed a couple of seals. Sure enough, a layer of thin film like Doqi barrier actually surfaced on the dark black stone pillar. Following the scattering of the seals on Jin Yao's hand, the barrier finally began to slowly disappear. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yan's eyes involuntarily hardened. It seemed that this fragment was really not an ordinary accessory. Otherwise, it would not be sealed so carefully by a Do Di. That barrier was something that even Xiao Yan's spiritual strength was unable to discover. Just this point alone was enough to prove the degree of concealment of the barrier. If Xiao Yan had accidentally touched it, the result would have been difficult to imagine. Quietly awed in his heart, Xiao Yan's face involuntarily revealed an alarmed expression. Only then did he take a few steps forward and arrive in front of the huge stone pillar. This time around, without the protection of the Doqi barrier, the fragment was completely exposed to the air. Jin Yao by the side looked at the formation plate fragment in her eyes before sweeping her eyes over Xiao Yan. Seeing that the latter similarly revealed a doubtful expression, she could not help but feel a little suspicious in her heart. Since Xiao Yan did not know the origin of this formation plate fragment, why was he so persistent in wanting to see this thing? Just as Jin Yao was pondering with a stomach full of doubt, Xiao Yan extended both his hands and carefully removed the fragment from the hanging rope before placing it in his palm. Seeing the formation plate fragment in his palm, the curiosity in Xiao Yan's eyes grew even denser. He was really unable to see just what was so special about this palm-sized formation plate fragment. Chapter 5:19. After sending Su Songming flying with a single blow, everyone within the 1,000 medicinal house could not help but feel aghast at Xiao Yan's actions. They did not expect that this ordinary-looking black-robed young man would actually dare to hit an elder of the Alchemist Alliance. However, when everyone came back to their senses and thought about it again, they felt relieved. Although Su Songming was indeed an elder of the Alchemist Alliance and Xiao Yan did not seem to have any special status when compared to him, if they were to truly compare, even if Su Songming was a member of the Alchemist Alliance, it was likely that the Alchemist Alliance would not hesitate to choose the latter in front of a rank 3 alchemist. Moreover, this was a rank 3 alchemist at such a young age. This kind of genius was a rare existence even in the entire continent. Why would the Alchemist Alliance go and find Xiao Yan to settle the score because of Su Songming? On the other side, when the young lady saw that her grandfather was sent flying by Xiao Yan's spiritual strength attack, the expression on her pretty face involuntarily turned ghastly white in an instant. Her delicate body involuntarily trembled intensely. Immediately, she moved her delicate body and attempted to flee out of the 1,000 medicinal house. Halt! However, just as the young lady was about to move, Murong Chanqian's voice that was filled with iciness exploded within the young lady's mind like thunder, causing her body to suddenly freeze on the spot. At the same time, waves of cold sweat involuntarily appeared all over her body, swiftly drenching the long dress that the young lady was wearing. Immediately, her well-proportioned lovely figure was completely captured in the eyes of everyone present. At this moment, the young lady did not have the heart to bother about all this. After Murong Chanqian's cry sounded, her delicate body trembled even more intensely before she turned around with a heart filled with apprehension. Usually, with her grandfather protecting her by her side, the young lady was used to being arrogant and despotic. Now that she had personally seen her grandfather, who she did not need to worry about, being sent flying with a single blow, the young lady's heart finally felt the taste of despair at this moment. Return the bracelet to this young lady. Casually walking in front of the young lady, Murong Chanqian's pretty face was ice-cold as she unceremoniously spoke out. Hearing those words, the young lady could not help but heave a sigh of relief in her heart, as if she was rejoicing that Murong Chanqian did not let Xiao Yan kill her. Murong Chanqian naturally did not know what the young lady was thinking. Even if she knew, she would only scoff at it. Although Murong Chanqian was extremely dissatisfied with this young lady in her heart, it was far from being angered to the point of wanting to kill her. Perhaps it was due to her identity, disdain towards this kind of person. The young girl's jade-like hands trembled slightly as she hurriedly took off the bracelet that was already on her wrist. Only when she left the 1,000 medicinal house, did she discover the wound on her wrist. Only when she left the 1,000 medicinal house did she discover the wound to the point of it. And did she discover the wound? Only until she left the 1,000 to leave the 1,000. When she left the place, not leave it, only leave to not to Murong Qian. 2. To the point, have to be, she. To the point use the use to not. To the Qian to not let not to the not to be in front to not to the not to the not to in, to not in, to the extent did not have had to be. To her to the point. Was not to the extent. Within the 1,000 medicine house. Following the end of this farce, everyone within the medicinal house had either left or stayed. Looking at the almost destroyed room in front of her, a helpless expression was revealed on Jin Yao's pretty face. Soon after, her gaze turned towards Xiao Yan. The latter's frightening spiritual strength was swiftly withdrawn after using it for a short few breaths. This involuntarily caused Jin Yao to frown once again. However, it quickly turned into a helpless sigh. Lifting her pretty eyes, the corners of her eyes were slightly raised as she teased Xiao Yan. Every item in my 1,000 medicine house is worth over 10,000 spirit coins. You have destroyed so many of them in an instant. This is an entire room. Tell me, how do you plan on compensating me? Xiao Yan's attack just now had destroyed more than half of the accessories in this room. Not only were those items beautiful, most of them were embedded with monster cores. There were even some that had small-scale formations carved on them. Their value was naturally not something that ordinary accessories could compare with. Here, I still have a bracelet left. I'll return it to you first. Just as Xiao Yan was about to open his mouth to speak, Murong Chanqian suddenly walked in front of Jin Yao. She opened her jade-like hands and a bracelet quietly stood there. Her pretty eyes stared at the bracelet in her palm as a reluctant expression appeared on the young girl's pretty face. Seeing this, Jin Yao naturally understood the young girl's thoughts in an instant. Soon after, Jin Yao's gaze swept past the young girl in front of her and exchanged glances with Xiao Yan who was behind her. The latter's face was also filled with astonishment as he spread his hands towards her. In his heart, he did not expect this to happen. Seeing the helpless expression on Xiao Yan's face, Jin Yao could not help but smile in her heart. After that, her pair of bright pretty eyes once again returned to Murong Chanqian in front of her as she covered her mouth and laughed. Hee. Elder sister was only joking. Little sister, you don't have to take it seriously. It's only a bracelet and it's not worth much. Since little sister likes it, I'll give it to you. Hearing this, the expression on Murong Chanqian's pretty face could not help but be slightly startled. Soon after, she turned her head to look at Xiao Yan who was behind her. Other than Xiao Yan, it was likely that there was no other reason that could cause this woman in front of him to reveal such an attitude. Seeing the young girl's gaze shoot towards him, Xiao Yan's old face could only reveal a helpless expression. Seeing this, the former's small mouth immediately pouted as she furiously curled her lips in her heart. The bracelet in her hand was unceremoniously kept away. District Owner Jean, I still have some matters to attend to and will not stay any longer. As for the medicinal ingredients that I need, if possible, I hope District Owner Jean can help me keep an eye out for them. If there is an opportunity, I am willing to do business with District Owner Jean. Seeing that the two women in front of him no longer spoke, the atmosphere could not help but become awkward. Xiao Yan even cried out in his heart. This woman, Jin Yao, not only did not stop Murong Qianqian's misunderstanding, she even revealed an expression as if she was watching a good show. This really caused Xiao Yan to feel an incomparable headache. Since Mr. still has matters to attend to, this concubine shall not stay any longer. Since today's situation has become like this concubine indeed needs some time to clean things up. In that case, I won't send you off any further. Both of you, please take your leave. As if she had guessed Xiao Yan's thoughts, Jinyao chuckled and bowed slightly towards Xiao Yan and Murong Qianqian. Her graceful posture caused one's imagination to run wild. At this moment, Xiao Yan's heart violently trembled when he saw this. He hurriedly pulled Murong Qianqian and swiftly left the Thousand Medicine House as if he was escaping. Chapter 520. What is it? When she sensed the change in expression on Xiao Yan's face, Jinyao involuntarily knitted her eyebrows. Her lily-white hand that was wrapped around Xiao Yan's arm slowly loosened as she looked at Xiao Yan with a somewhat puzzled expression on her pretty face. She could clearly sense that there was a fury swiftly rising within Xiao Yan's body at this moment. This caused the aura all over his body to fluctuate along with it. It seemed that something had happened that had infuriated him without him noticing. To be able to cause the usually calm and steady Xiao Yan to reveal such an expression, it was likely that the matter was no small matter. Jin Yao's bright eyes turned. In the blink of an eye, she thought of Murong Qianqian. Ever since they had gone up to the second floor, Murong Qianqian had gone elsewhere and did not follow them. The reason why Xiao Yan had suddenly become angry was very likely related to her. Something has happened to that girl again. Xiao Yan's eyes narrowed as a sharp glint shot out from his eyes. His figure moved and dashed towards Murong Qianqian's current location. Wait, I will also go. In Yen City, there are quite a few people who can recognize you. If you recklessly rush over like this, I'm afraid that it will not be a good thing. Just as Xiao Yan was about to move, Jinyao solemnly spoke out. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan's figure paused. He pondered for a moment in his heart, before heavily nodding his head. He cupped his fists towards Jinyao and thanked her, many thanks. Xiao Yan Didi need not be so courteous. Sharing my brother's burdens is an elder sister's duty. Upon hearing Jinyao's words, Xiao Yan's expression, which was filled with anger, involuntarily turned somewhat awkward. He fiercely curled his lips in his heart. Soon after, he moved together with Jinyao and swiftly headed towards Murong Qianqian's current location. Humph, this bracelet was first seen by this lady, what right do you have to take it away? TCH, what right do I have? Because this lady's price is higher than yours. But I bought it first. In front of me, I don't care who buys first or last. The highest bidder wins. If you have the ability, then take out more spirit coins. Since you don't have the money to buy it, then hurry up and leave the Thousand Medicine House. This is not a place where a brat like you can enter. You're simply an eyesore here. In a room filled with all kinds of jewelry, a group of people was gathered in a circle. All kinds of eyes were looking at the two girls in the middle of the room. At the same time, whispers were quietly spreading. Who says I can't afford it? It's just that my money has always been kept by my subordinates. Murong Qianqian's phoenix eyes widened. Her pair of beautiful eyes stared at the girl in front of her, who was also of the same age as her, as if she wanted to devour a person. Her eyes revealed a deep anger. Originally, she had taken a fancy to a bracelet and was preparing to use spirit coins to purchase it. However, she did not expect that the girl in front of her would catch up and snatch it from her hands. She even casually paid the price. Most importantly, the girl's price was so high that even with all of Murong Qianqian's assets, she was unable to suppress it. This caused her to feel unreconciled in her heart, and at the same time, she could not help but feel a little angry. However, what made Murong Qianqian even more unable to tolerate was that after the girl snatched the item, she even used a domineering tone to insult Murong Qianqian. How could Murong Qianqian, who had never placed anyone in her eyes, endure this? She immediately began to argue with the latter. Thinking about this, Murong Qianqian became even more resentful towards Xiao Yan. If it wasn't for the fact that Xiao Yan was not by her side, with the latter's financial strength, it would naturally not be a problem for him to obtain this bracelet. In her anger, the girl opened her mouth and said that Xiao Yan was her subordinate. When she said those words, her fierce appearance caused the exquisite girl in front of her to involuntarily take 2 steps back. Humph. Stupid girl, you said that your money is in your subordinate's hands. Where is he? After taking 2 steps back, the girl's charming face revealed an unreconciled expression. Her fierce and overbearing beautiful eyes swept across everyone present. However, those who met her gaze could not help but withdraw their gazes. Although the girl's strength was not much, her identity was enough to make a majority of the people present fear her. After sweeping her gaze around, the girl saw that no one stood out for Murong Qianqian. Her charming face immediately revealed a complacent cold smile. Soon after, she looked towards Murong Qianqian and coldly said, "Stupid girl, you simply don't have the money to buy this bracelet. You actually want to use words to excuse yourself. Now that I've seen through you, you actually have the cheek to stand here. Why aren't you scramming?" The girl approached Murong Qianqian with large strides. After coldly insulting the latter, she retreated. At the same time, she did not forget to proudly wave the bracelet on her wrist at Murong Qianqian. The corner of her rosy lips revealed a cold smile that contained provocation. Soon after, she turned around and left. Damn it! Seeing the girl's appearance, anger instantly rose in Murong Qianqian's heart. Her charming body twisted and rushed towards the girl, wanting to snatch the bracelet back. Humph, where did this little girl come from? You don't even have the slightest bit of upbringing. You actually want to use force to snatch something that you can't buy. You really don't teach or discipline. Today, allow me to represent your elders and teach you a lesson. However, just as Murong Qianqian's charming body twisted forward, a hoarse voice that contained a terrifying pressure was suddenly emitted from the other room. At the same time, a formless and terrifying spiritual pressure swiftly attacked. It carried a vast and boundless powerful aura as it ruthlessly pressed down on Murong Qianqian from all directions. The expression on Murong Qianqian's pretty face swiftly turned pale when she sensed the frightening spiritual pressure that was transmitted from around her. Just from this spiritual pressure, one could tell that the strength of the person who had arrived was extraordinary. Xiao Yan, when the spiritual pressure descended, Murong Qianqian could not help but close her eyes. Her somewhat pale face revealed a terrified expression. At this moment, the first person that she thought of in her heart was not her family. Instead, it was the black-robed man that she usually loathed and had complicated emotions. In the end, Murong Qianqian was only a girl. Even though she had the cultivation of a half-emperor, one must not forget that in the western region where hidden dragons and crouching tigers were hidden, even half-emperor experts were the most common. Now that she was being pressured by the spiritual pressure, Murong Qianqian naturally revealed the feelings of a girl deep within her heart. The frightening spiritual pressure was like a horse's hooves as it ruthlessly stepped on the bodies of everyone present. Soon after, it had already descended above Murong Qianqian's head. The frightening aura caused the empty space to tremble endlessly. Soon after, it carried a vast aura as it ruthlessly pressed down on Murong Qianqian's head. However, just as everyone thought that the frightening spiritual pressure was about to land on the lovely and moving face of Murong Qianqian, an extremely overbearing aura was suddenly emitted from outside the other room. In the blink of an eye, the spiritual pressure was forcefully scattered with an unstoppable force. The next moment, when everyone recovered, they heard a domineering voice that was filled with anger being mightily transmitted from outside the other room. "Old brat, do you think that you are qualified to teach her a lesson? Chapter 521. You think you are worthy. The instant this overbearing voice was transmitted over, the frightening spiritual pressure that enveloped the entire room was instantly scattered and disappeared. At the same time, in front of the other room, an old man in embroidered robes, who was holding a walking stick, could not help but emit a low muffled groan from his mouth. His throat rolled slightly, and only then was he able to suppress the fishy sweetness. In the next instant, when this old man turned around and raised his head, the expression on his old face gradually became gloomy. His pair of sunken dark old eyes instantly saw Xiao Yan, who had swiftly rushed over from outside the other room. Seeing Xiao Yan's handsome face, the old man's eyes involuntarily shrunk slightly. He did not expect that the person who had forced back his spiritual pressure earlier would actually be a young brat. Some seriousness surged into his heart. Being able to possess such a powerful strength at such a young age meant that he was definitely not some unknown person. If he were to come with an elder from his family, it would not be fun. May I ask who you are? The old man narrowed his old eyes and blocked the entrance of the other room. The walking stick in the old man's hand heavily tapped on the floor. With a ka-cha sound, numerous tiny crack lines began to spread. Scram! However, what the old man said in return was an extremely straightforward overbearing word. Hearing the words that were emitted from Xiao Yan's mouth, the old man's expression involuntarily changed once again. His originally gloomy face had completely sunk after hearing these words. Good brat, the old me wants to see what qualifications a young brat like you have to make the old me scram. A low and deep stern cry sounded. The old man's somewhat stooped body suddenly shook. Immediately, a frightening aura and pressure swept out from within his body, transforming into a do-chi storm that swiftly swept across the entire other room. Sensing this overbearing aura and pressure, the expressions of everyone in the other room instantly became solemn. An 8-star half-emperor was indeed not in existence that an ordinary expert could compare with. At the same time as the aura and pressure was emitted, a bright light suddenly shot out from the old man's deep eyes. Immediately, the old man emitted a cold snort from his nose. His shriveled hand violently rotated in the empty space in front of him. His palms shook and a puffed sound was emitted. A surging flame surged out from his palm. Under the control of the old man's powerful spiritual strength, it turned into a crimson fire dragon that violently shot towards Xiao Yan, who was rushing over. The appearance of this scene not only caused the expressions of the people in the other hall to change, but it also caused the people in the other halls outside the other hall to be startled. All of them involuntarily walked out of the other halls and saw the scene that had appeared in the 1,000 Medicinal House. Immediately, the expressions of everyone in the 1,000 Medicinal House changed. Even some of the experts with the strength of 8-star half-martial emperors revealed serious expressions when they saw the fire dragon. Evidently, although this old man did not appear to be much, his strength was truly not something that could be looked down upon. Fire controlling technique. Alchemist. So what if you're an alchemist? Scram! Seeing the incoming fire dragon, a hint of surprise involuntarily flashed past Xiao Yan's eyes. He did not expect the old man to actually be an alchemist. However, this was still unable to suppress the fury in Xiao Yan's heart. Ever since he left Sulan City, Xiao Yan had already sworn in his heart that he would absolutely not allow Murong Qianqian to be injured again. Yet, this old man actually wanted to injure Murong Qianqian in front of him. This was something that Xiao Yan absolutely could not tolerate. Puff! With a clench of his palm, a cyan-colored flame immediately appeared in Xiao Yan's palm. In order to not be seen through, Xiao Yan had no choice but to temporarily use the cyan lotus core flame that he was most familiar with. When the flame entered his hand, Xiao Yan's body, which was charging forward, suddenly trembled. As the fire dragon approached, he waved his hand and cyan-colored flames covered his entire palm. Then, he grabbed at the fire dragon. At the same time, the fire dragon angrily opened its mouth. Its body, which was over 100 feet long, emitted a frightening temperature within the 1,000 medicine house. With its mouth wide open, it attempted to swallow Xiao Yan whole. Humph. Boy, even if your strength is not weak, you are still no match for this old man's scarlet flame dragon. Seeing that Xiao Yan was about to be swallowed by the fire dragon, a sneer appeared on the old man's face. It was as if he had absolute confidence in his fire dragon. However, in the next instant, just as the fire dragon was about to swallow Xiao Yan in one gulp, Xiao Yan stretched out both of his hands. As the flames covered the upper and lower jaws of the fire dragon, each of his hands grabbed the upper and lower jaws of the fire dragon respectively. With Xiao Yan's physical strength, even though the fire dragon was not weak, it was still unable to escape from Xiao Yan's physical strength, which was even more frightening than a magical beast's physical strength. Humph. The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth was lifted into a disdainful ridicule. Both of his arms abruptly pulled to both sides. Immediately, the entire body of the fire dragon uncontrollably swayed horizontally. Seeing this scene, the sneer that had just appeared on the old man's face instantly disappeared. Immediately after, just as the old man was about to make a move, Xiao Yan's opened arms suddenly pulled outwards with force. Immediately, a tearing sound was heard. Under the stunned gazes of everyone in the 1,000 medicine house, the fire dragon, which was more than 10 times larger than Xiao Yan's body, was forcefully torn apart by Xiao Yan in an extremely unbelievable manner. After the fire dragon was torn apart, Xiao Yan's body did not stop. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the old man. With a twist of his body, a large foot viciously kicked out. Bang! Following a bang, the walking stick in the old man's hand instantly broke into 2 pieces. At the same time, his feet could not help but move backwards at an extremely fast speed. After retreating for more than 10 steps, he finally could not help but roll backwards twice before crashing into the crowd behind him. His body was in a sorry state as he violently panted. Humph. At the same time, Xiao Yan, who was at the entrance of the other hall, once again emitted a disdainful cold snort. Immediately, he slowly walked into the other hall. Immediately, the expressions of those who were close to him changed upon seeing this. One after another, they opened up a path for him. At the same time, within the other hall, the paleness on Murong Qianqian's pretty face was instantly swept away when she saw Xiao Yan at this moment. What replaced it was a wild joy as though she had just survived a disaster. The young lady's lovely body moved. In 3 steps, she took 2 steps. In the blink of an eye, she had arrived in front of Xiao Yan. She threw herself into Xiao Yan's embrace and hugged him tightly from behind with her hands. This action of the young lady also caused the expression on Xiao Yan's face to be involuntarily stunned. Just as he was about to gently push the young lady's lovely body away, an aggrieved sob was emitted from the young lady in his embrace, causing Xiao Yan's hands, which had just been raised, to once again fall down. At the same time, on the other side, the embroidered-robed old man also stood up from the ground in a sorry state with the support of the young lady. He violently threw down the walking stick in his hand that had already broken into 2. Immediately, the old man's face was gloomy as he raised his eyes to look at Xiao Yan. A trace of fresh blood slowly flowed down from the corner of his mouth. Brat, after so many years, you are really the first person who is able to injure this old man. The old man wiped off the fresh blood from the corner of his mouth with one hand. His shriveled hands suddenly clenched together tightly. A pair of shady old eyes were overflowing with killing intent. Oh. Is that so? Then it is truly an honor. Xiao Yan gently pushed away the young lady in his embrace. His gaze swept up and down the young lady in front of him as he coldly said without even turning his head. Brat. You are seeking death. Hearing Xiao Yan's words that were filled with disdain, the old man's heart immediately felt a violent rage. After his hunched body trembled intensely, the old man suddenly let out a stern cry. The do chi in his body churned and he was about to attack Xiao Yan once again. Grandmaster Su, this is the Thousand Medicine House. Do you really want to attack here? However, just as the old man was about to attack, a somewhat icy cold and bewitching delicate voice was transmitted from outside the hall. Immediately, the do chi that had just surged within the old man's body calmed down in the blink of an eye. His gloomy old face was also filled with a deep fear. Chapter 522. Grandmaster Su, it has been a few years since we last met. Your temper does not seem to have calmed down. The delicate and gentle voice was filled with charm. However, under these words, even with the old man's character, he could not help but feel a wave of fear in his heart. One was not allowed to fight within the Thousand Medicinal House. This was a rule that everyone in Yen City knew. Of course, even though this old man was not from Yen City, he also knew that no one had been able to break this rule until now. There was no other reason other than the fact that this red-dressed lady, who had slowly appeared in front of everyone's eyes, was the owner of the Thousand Medicinal House and a true elite do-di. Even though Su Songming was a rank 2 alchemist, he was still not worth mentioning when faced with Jin Yao. After all, only a medicinal pill refined by a rank 3 alchemist would be able to move a do-di. Cuckoo, District Owner Jean, how have you been? It has been a few years since we last met. District Owner Jean has become even more charming. On the other hand, time does not spare us. We have grown old. Su Songming narrowed his old eyes. He lifted his gaze and watched Jin Yao's lovely body slowly appear in the other hole. His old face revealed a sigh as he spoke. Grandmaster Su, I don't want to hear too many polite words, nor do I want to say too much. However, I still hope that you can stop with this matter. I already know the general situation of this matter. It was your granddaughter who went overboard with her actions. If you are implicated because of such a small matter and you are injured, my Thousand Medicine House doesn't have that many medicinal herbs to compensate you. The delicate and gentle voice caused quite a number of men who had accompanied her to involuntarily turn red. However, when Jin Yao's words entered Su Songming's ears, it caused fury to immediately form in his heart. He could ignore the matter between the two young ladies. However, the brat behind Jin Yao had caused him, Su Songming, to lose his old face. If he did not teach this brat a lesson today, he would be ridiculed by others in the future. Humph, District Owner Jin, the old me advises you. It is best that you do not intervene in this matter. Su Songming lowered his eyelids slightly. A cold glint gathered in his sinister old eyes as he spoke with a gloomy expression. Hearing this, Jin Yao's red lips curled as a mocking smile appeared on her pretty face. With a twist of her wrist, her jade-like hand casually played with a strand of black hair. Soon after, she looked at Su Songming and spoke in an indifferent tone. Su Songming, you're just a rank 2 alchemist. Don't tell me that you really think you're something. In my Thousand Medicine House, not to mention you, even a do-di would have to follow my rules. Su Songming, do you think that with your strength of an 8-star half-martial emperor, you can order me around? As Jin Yao's voice faded, a pair of beautiful eyes instantly lifted. Her ice-cold gaze was like a sharp sword that pierced Su Songming. With just a glance, it caused the latter to retreat in panic. Jin Yao. Today is different from the past. Do you really think that this old man's alchemy skills have not improved at all these years? To tell you the truth, this old man has already touched the barrier of a rank 3 alchemist. I believe that in less than 2 months, this old man will be able to officially become a rank 3 alchemist. At that time, you can forget about. Ha 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 ha. I thought that you had already broken through. It turns out that you are only about to break through. Even if this is the case, aren't you still unable to break through? At the end of the day, you are still a rank 2 alchemist. Before Su Songming could finish speaking, Jin Yao interrupted him with a cold laugh. The disdain and cold laughter in her words caused Su Songming's heart to immediately become furious upon hearing it. Jin Yao. Don't think that this old man is afraid of you just because you are a Dodi. This old man has already contacted another Dodi. If you dare to stop me today, this old man will definitely lead people to flatten your 1,000 medicine house 3 months later. With just you. Do you believe that this owner will not allow you to return today? You will no longer have the chance to break through to a rank 3 alchemist. The words that were filled with hatred had just left his mouth when Jin Yao immediately let out a cold snort. At the same time, an extremely frightening invisible pressure instantly agglomerated in front of Jin Yao. It carried an incomparably frightening aura and pressure as it violently smashed towards Su Songming. Without any explanation, that frightening aura and pressure violently smashed onto Su Songming's body before he could even react. Bang! One could only hear a bang sound. It was merely an aura and pressure, but it randomly sent Su Songming flying. It directly penetrated the entire room from front to back. At the same time, even the entire room was trembling slightly. Grug, when Su Songming's body came to a stop with a pale face, a mouthful of old blood was involuntarily spat out from his mouth. The expression on his face became increasingly savage and vicious. Jin Yao. You dare to kill this old man. This old man is a member of the Alchemist Alliance. You. A rank 2 alchemist. If this owner kills him, then so be it. What can the Alchemist Alliance do to this owner? You. Hearing Jin Yao's unhesitant words, Su Songming's heart finally could not help but feel fear. Jin Yao was a genuine elite Dodi. A strong person of this level was a peak existence even in the entire Western region. Although the Alchemist Alliance was strong, it was impossible for them to seek revenge from a Dodi for a rank 2 alchemist. If Jin Yao really killed him today, he would have died for nothing. Alright. Jin Yao, just you wait. 3 months later. Oh, I forgot to tell you. Don't think that you can do whatever you want in my 1,000 medicinal house just because you will become a rank 3 alchemist in 3 months' time. I don't mind telling you that the Mr. standing behind this owner is a rank 3 alchemist. If you think that you can deal with him, this owner will wait for Grandmaster Su's arrival in Yen City in 3 months' time. Before the vicious words from Su Songming's mouth could fade, Jin Yao's following words caused the expression on his face to suddenly stiffen. When he raised his head to look, Jin Yao's lovely body moved and moved aside for everyone present. Immediately, everyone's gazes were like numerous spotlights that uniformly landed on Xiao Yan's body. A rank 3 alchemist. Moreover, he was such a young rank 3 alchemist. If this news were to spread, it was likely that those elite Dodi that Su Songming had painstakingly gathered would instantly abandon him and leave. How is this possible? No, this is impossible. How can this brat be a rank 3 alchemist? The old me's current level has been stagnant for an unknown number of years. How can a young brat like him be a rank 3 alchemist? Su Songming's pair of shady old eyes were filled with a rich expression of disbelief. His entire body involuntarily trembled intensely because of the fury and unwillingness in his heart. Numerous green veins twisted intensely like worms that had corroded into his skin. A hoarse low roar was forcefully squeezed out from between his teeth. Even the air was buzzing and trembling. Elder sister has said so much. As a younger brother, shouldn't you also express something? You can't possibly allow elder sister to slap your face with her words, right? In response to this, Jin Yao directly shot her pretty eyes toward Xiao Yan. Her slightly raised red lips caused one's heart to be filled with wild and fanciful thoughts. Xiao Yan, on the other hand, was silently cursing and laughing bitterly in his heart. It seemed that this group of people in front of him had really treated him as a rank 3 alchemist. It should be known that the reason he had spoken in this manner earlier was merely to send Jin Yao off. It was unexpected that he would end up in such a situation. He, brat, who asked you to be so arrogant? It is going to be fun now. As long as you dare to unleash your spiritual strength, they will immediately sense that you are not a rank 3 alchemist. At that time, TSK, I wondered just how this little girl will treat you. Guyu acted as though this matter did not concern him even though he was aware of Xiao Yan's current predicament. He opened his mouth and teased Xiao Yan. Old Gu, things have already developed to such a state. Can't you say something normal? Xiao Yan curled his mouth violently in his heart. All he could do was helplessly smile bitterly at Guyu. You have suffered the consequences of your own actions. You should remember this lesson. If there is a next time, don't expect the old me to help you. Guyu laughed. It seemed that he had already expected this. In the next moment, an incomparably majestic spiritual strength surged into Xiao Yan's mind like a fountain. With the injection of this spiritual strength, Xiao Yan's spiritual strength instantly surpassed the level of a rank 2 alchemist and successfully stepped into rank 3. Xiao Yan involuntarily exhaled a long breath as he sensed the fullness that was transmitted from his mind. Murong Chanqian by the side involuntarily frowned when she saw Xiao Yan's appearance. Although she was unable to tell, her instincts as a girl made her feel that the current Xiao Yan seemed to be a little different from earlier. At the same time, the pretty face of Jin Yao, who was a short distance in front of the two of them, also changed slightly. A glint flashed across her pretty eyes. Clearly, she had also sensed a little strangeness from Xiao Yan's body. However, it was merely an inexplicable feeling and she was unable to grasp it in her hand. The next moment, buzz, a brilliant flame flashed across Xiao Yan's eyes when they landed. At the same time, the fire seal between his brows suddenly shone brightly. Soon after, a majestic and vast spiritual strength suddenly swept out from between his brows. Clamor, the expressions of everyone in the 1,000 medicinal house changed drastically when this spiritual strength swept out. Few people present were able to withstand this spiritual pressure. This fellow is actually a rank 3 alchemist. As he sensed the frightening spiritual pressure swiftly pouncing towards him, the expression on Su Songming's old face changed drastically. The moment the spiritual pressure landed on him, he involuntarily spat out a large mouthful of fresh blood. Brat, in the future, we will get lost. Before the vicious words from Su Songming's mouth could be spat out, Xiao Yan suddenly emitted a cold snort. That invisible spiritual strength violently smashed onto Su Songming's body, completely blasting him out of the 1,000 medicinal house and appearing in front of everyone's eyes in Yen City. Chapter 523. After sending Su Songming flying with a single blow, everyone within the 1,000 medicinal house could not help but feel aghast at Xiao Yan's actions. They did not expect that this ordinary-looking black-robed young man would actually dare to hit an elder of the Alchemist Alliance. However, when everyone came back to their senses and thought about it again, they felt relieved. Although Su Songming was indeed an elder of the Alchemist Alliance and Xiao Yan did not seem to have any special status when compared to him, if they were to truly compare, even if Su Songming was a member of the Alchemist Alliance, it was likely that the Alchemist Alliance would unhesitatingly choose the latter in front of a rank 3 alchemist. Moreover, this was such a young rank 3 alchemist. Even in the entire continent, this kind of genius was in existence that was as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Why would the Alchemist Alliance go and find Xiao Yan for a mere Su Songming? On the other side, when the young lady saw that her grandfather was sent flying by Xiao Yan's spiritual strength attack, the expression on her pretty face involuntarily turned ghastly white in an instant. Her delicate body involuntarily trembled intensely. Immediately, she moved her delicate body and attempted to flee out of the 1,000 medicinal house. Halt! However, just as the young lady was about to move, Murong Chanqian's voice that was filled with iciness exploded within the young lady's mind like thunder, causing her body to suddenly freeze on the spot. At the same time, waves of cold sweat involuntarily appeared all over her body, swiftly drenching the long dress that the young lady was wearing. Immediately, her well-proportioned lovely figure was completely captured in the eyes of everyone present. At this moment, the young lady did not have the heart to bother about all this. As Murong Chanqian's cry sounded, her delicate body trembled even more intensely before she turned around with a heart filled with apprehension. Usually, with her grandfather protecting her by her side, the young lady was used to being arrogant and despotic. Now that she had personally seen her grandfather, who she did not need to worry about, being sent flying with a single blow, the young lady's heart finally felt the taste of despair at this moment. Return the bracelet to this young lady. Murong Chanqian leisurely walked to the front of that young girl. The expression on her charming face was ice-cold as she spoke without the slightest trace of politeness. Hearing these words, the young girl could not help but heave a sigh of relief in her heart. It was as if she was rejoicing that Murong Chanqian did not order Xiao Yan to kill her. Murong Chanqian naturally did not know about the young girl's thoughts. Even if she knew, she would likely only snort disdainfully. Although Murong Chanqian was extremely dissatisfied with this young girl, it was still far from the point where she wanted to kill her. Perhaps it was also because of her status that she felt disdain for people like her. The young girl's jade-like hands trembled slightly as she hurriedly took off the bracelet on her wrist. When she fiercely pulled off the bracelet, she even hated herself for wearing the bracelet so tightly. So much so that when she took it off, for the sake of not angering Murong Chanqian, she actually used the bracelet to forcibly tear off a layer of skin from her wrist. Only when she left the Thousand Medicine House did she discover the wound on her wrist. Immediately, tears filled with fright and grievance uncontrollably flowed down. Within the Thousand Medicine House. Following the end of the farce, everyone within the medicinal house had either left or stayed. Looking at the room that was almost completely destroyed, a helpless expression appeared on Jin Yao's pretty face. Soon after, her gaze turned towards Xiao Yan. The latter's frightening spiritual strength was rapidly withdrawn after using it for a short few breaths. This involuntarily caused Jin Yao to frown once again. However, it immediately turned into a helpless sigh. Raising her beautiful eyes, the corners of her eyes were slightly raised as she teased Xiao Yan. Everything within my Thousand Medicine House is worth over 10,000 spirit coins. You've destroyed so many of them in an instant. This is an entire room. Tell me, how do you plan on compensating me? Xiao Yan's attack just now had destroyed more than half of the accessories within the room. Not only were those accessories beautiful, most of them were embedded with monster cores. There were even some that were carved with small formations. Their value was naturally not something that ordinary accessories could compare with. Here, I still have a bracelet left. I'll return it to you first. Just as Xiao Yan was about to open his mouth to speak, Murong Chanqian suddenly walked in front of Jin Yao. She opened her hand and a string of bracelets was quietly placed on it. As her beautiful eyes stared at the bracelet in her palm, a reluctant expression appeared on the young girl's pretty face. Seeing this, Jin Yao naturally understood the young girl's thoughts in an instant. Soon after, Jin Yao's gaze swept past the young girl in front of her and exchanged glances with Xiao Yan who was behind her. The latter's face was also filled with astonishment as he spread his hands towards her. In his heart, he did not expect this to happen. Seeing the helpless expression on Xiao Yan's face, Jin Yao could not help but smile in her heart. After which, her pair of bright and beautiful eyes once again returned to Murong Chanqian in front of her. She covered her mouth and laughed. Hee hee. Elder sister was only joking. Little sister, you don't have to take it seriously. It's only a bracelet and it's not worth much. Since little sister likes it, I'll give it to you. Hearing this, the expression on Murong Chanqian's pretty face could not help but be slightly startled. Soon after, she turned her head to look at Xiao Yan who was behind her. Other than Xiao Yan, it was likely that there was no other reason that could cause this woman in front of him to reveal such an attitude. Seeing the young girl's gaze shoot towards him, Xiaoyan's old face could only reveal a helpless expression. When the former saw this, her small mouth immediately pouted as she curled her lips angrily in her heart. The bracelet in her hand was unceremoniously kept away. District Owner Jean, I still have some matters to attend to and shall not stay any longer. As for the medicinal ingredients I need, if possible, I hope District Owner Jean can help me keep an eye out for them. If there is an opportunity, I am willing to do business with District Owner Jean. Seeing that the two women in front of him no longer spoke, the atmosphere could not help but become awkward. Xiaoyan groaned in his heart. This woman, Jin Yao, not only did not stop Murong Qianqian's misunderstanding, she even revealed an expression as if she was watching a good show. This really caused Xiaoyan to feel an incomparable headache. Since Mr. still has matters to attend to, this concubine shall not stay any longer. Since today's situation has become like this concubine indeed needs some time to clean things up. In that case, I won't send you off any further. Both of you, please take your leave. As if she had guessed Xiaoyan's thoughts, Jin Yao chuckled and bowed slightly towards Xiaoyan and Murong Qianqian. Her graceful posture caused one's imagination to run wild. At this moment, Xiaoyan's heart violently trembled when he saw this. He hurriedly pulled Murong Qianqian and swiftly left the Thousand Medicine House as if he was escaping. Chapter 524. After Xiaoyan returned to his residence, he spent the remaining 2 days holed up in his room, quietly waiting for the arrival of the auction. At the same time, news regarding the rank 3 alchemist swiftly swept across the entire Yen city like a storm. A rank 3 alchemist. This was a person who could cause the expressions of a Do D class expert to change. Even a Do D would have to treat this kind of person politely. Yet, there was actually such a person existing within Yen City. How could the various experts within the city not be moved by this? The various forces sent people to investigate one after another, seemingly wanting to find out the specific origins of that rank 3 alchemist. But unfortunately, after 2 days of investigation, the results they obtained in the end were still completely clueless. At this moment, it was time for the Yen City auction to begin. When the first rays of the morning sun scattered over the land, Yen City, which had been suppressed for an entire night, had already become lively. A large group of people swarmed in and out of the city like flowing water. The dawn had yet to fade from the horizon, but the entire Yen City was already packed with people. At a glance, one could see countless human heads moving about in the streets and alleys. In the sky, there were also 100 high-class half-emperors standing in the air, waiting for the auction to begin. In a room whose door had been tightly shut for 2 days, Xiaoyan, who was seated on a bed, finally slowly opened his eyes at this moment. The moment he opened his eyes, a white flame flashed in the depths of his pupils like lightning, and a smile gradually appeared at the corner of his mouth. A thought passed through his mind and a majestic spiritual strength immediately swept out from between his brows, investigating the situation in the outside world. At the same time that Xiaoyan's spiritual strength spread out, the expressions on the faces of the few human figures within Yen City involuntarily changed. They exchanged glances with one another. Their eyes were filled with curiosity. "Are you that rank 3 alchemist?" A voice was imperceptibly transmitted into Xiaoyan's mind from a distance, causing the expression on his ordinary face to change slightly. "I think that the few of you should be the elite Do Di who have come to participate in the auction this time around." In merely an instant, the expression on Xiaoyan's face once again recovered its calmness. As elite Do Di, their sensitivity to their surroundings was naturally not something that an ordinary half-emperor could compare with. Even though it was a rank 3 alchemist's spiritual strength that had probed them, they would still be able to sense it as long as the alchemist's spiritual strength had not reached a certain level. Cuckoo, Grand Master should have come because of the auction this time around. Since this is the case, the few of us wish to invite Grandmaster for a chat. The status of a rank 3 alchemist caused this group of usually arrogant elite Do-di to not dare to be careless. Although an elite Do-di was frightening, he was ultimately alone no matter where he went. However, an alchemist was different. Even though the strength of a high-tier alchemist was not great, he would still be in existence that was surrounded by many people no matter where he went. Such a person could not be easily offended. As the saying goes, an alchemist was just like a hornet's nest. It would explode with a poke. They did not wish to offend such a frightening person. I appreciate your kind intentions. However, I think that there is no need for an invitation. Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes. How could he not guess the intentions of this group of people? However, he was currently being attacked from both front and back. If there was no need, he was unwilling to easily reveal his identity. That would not be beneficial to him. The few of them involuntarily frowned quietly when they heard this. However, they also knew that an alchemist had a strange temper. This was a common occurrence. It was also normal for an alchemist to not accept an invitation. The only thing that caused them to feel a pity was that a rank 3 alchemist was a person that they could not easily miss out on. It would be best if they could befriend such a person. However, if they could not, they should definitely not make an enemy out of him. Otherwise, even though they were also elite Do-di, they would not be able to bear the consequences. A thought passed through Xiao Yan's mind within the room. The spiritual strength that he had spread out swiftly shrank back like a deflated balloon. In the blink of an eye, it was completely withdrawn by Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan exhaled a long breath. He involuntarily knit his brows slightly. In his heart, he did not expect that a rank 3 alchemist would actually have such a great face. Even an elite Do-di had to be courteous. He did not know just when he would be able to truly reach this stage. The spiritual strength that Xiao Yan had unleashed earlier was merely the spiritual strength that Guyu had lent him. Xiao Yan's spiritual strength was even inferior to Su Songming. There was no telling just how long it would take for him to become a rank 3 alchemist. Come in. The door is not locked. The next moment, Murong Qianqian, who was outside Xiao Yan's door, was about to knock when Xiao Yan suddenly spat out these words for no reason. Murong Qianqian curled her mouth when she heard Xiao Yan's words from outside the door. She pushed open the door with her hand and quickly walked into the room. Hey, the auction is about to begin. Why are you still waiting in your room? There are so many people participating in the auction. Even with your strength, you will not be able to enter if you are late. Don't tell me that you do not plan on participating in the auction. The young lady's words contained a displeasure. Ever since they had left the 1,000 medicinal house 2 days ago, the young lady in front of him had been calling Xiao Yan, hey, in this manner. Although Xiao Yan was not used to hearing it, he still smiled bitterly and agreed. Haha, all right. Aren't I awake now? The auction this time around is going to be quite grand. I have to prepare something. Otherwise, what can I use to compete with those fellows? Xiao Yan smiled. He did not continue to pester the young lady about how she addressed him. Both of his hands patted the bed beneath him. Immediately, his body, which was seated cross-legged on the bed, stood up like a spring. His pitch-black eyes slowly lifted. He looked at the young lady in front of him. The corners of his mouth slowly lifted into a slight smile. Let's go to the auction house. Someone will come and fetch us there. Xiao Yan laughed softly. He lifted his feet and walked out of the door. Behind him, Murong Qianqian's beautiful eyes curiously sized up Xiao Yan. Her lily-white hands could not help but scratch her head. Ever since the incident 2 days ago, she felt that there was something different about the Xiao Yan in front of her. However, she did not know exactly where this difference came from. The young lady curled her lips slightly. She thought for a while and could not help but be curious. Xiao Yan said that someone would come and fetch them when they reached the auction house. What did this mean? Chapter 525. Today's Yen City was clearly even more lively than before. The noise of people was like the sound of gongs and drums. There was a sea of people in the sky and on the ground. The crowded human tide on the ground of the city was just like a group of ants. An increasing number of Bandi experts gathered in the sky above Yen City. They appeared like a dense dark cloud that covered the sky above Yen City, blocking over half of the sunlight that was originally shining in the sky. Xiao Yan and Murong Qianqian did not stop after leaving their residence. The two of them stepped through the air. Their bodies moved and flew towards the auction house in the middle of the city. With the incident that had occurred in the Thousand Medicinal House 2 days ago, there were quite a number of people in Yen City who were familiar with Xiao Yan's face. Hence, Xiao Yan and Murong Qianqian had only walked for less than 1,000 feet when quite a number of people in the sky and on the ground discovered their existence. Immediately, quite a number of people threw respectful gazes towards Xiao Yan. Some of the nearby Bandi experts hurriedly bowed and cupped their hands to Xiao Yan with a humble smile. Xiao Yan also smiled and returned the greeting. At the same time, he involuntarily clicked his tongue in his heart. From what he had seen today, it was easy to see the difference in ability. When he was only a rank 2 alchemist, even though he would receive all sorts of astonished gazes when he was seen by others, it was merely this and nothing more. The number of people behind him that wanted to kill him was even more innumerable. So long as a quasi-emperor expert saw him, all of them would reveal a greedy expression that was like a wolf or a tiger. However, at this moment, when he was a rank 3 alchemist, not only would Bandi experts be respectful to him, but even a genuine elite Do Di, a frightening person with great strength, would be extremely courteous to him. It must be said that the gap between them paled in comparison. Ugh, Xiao Yan involuntarily sighed in his heart. Although the current Xiao Yan appeared to be extremely glorious on the surface, only he knew that he was merely relying on Gu Yu's strength. In a short moment, Xiao Yan and Murong Qianqian, who was following closely behind, had already arrived in front of a huge ring-shaped ancient building. The entire ancient building was like a huge ring lying on the ground. Inside the ancient building, there was a huge open-air stone platform. At the edge of the stone platform, there were layers of platforms that spread out like stairs. Further up the platform, there were cubicles that were supported by stone pillars. Looking down from above, the first thing that came into view were those cubicles. This auction house was actually an open-air auction house. One had to know that in order to ensure that no one would snatch the auction items and escape, the auction house would usually be built in a heavily guarded room. In this way, under the premise of ensuring that no one would cause trouble, it would also serve as a deterrent to those who came to participate in the auction. However, it was the first time that Xiao Yan had seen an auction house like the one that had appeared in front of him since he had started training. Tisk, Xiao Yan gently shook his head. His mouth involuntarily clicked its tongue and sighed. Even if there was an elite Do Di present, this auction house was really a little too bold and wild. If there was really an expert who dared to cause trouble in the auction house, even an elite Do Di present might not be able to protect the auction items. Of course, this matter had nothing to do with Xiao Yan. He was naturally too lazy to think too much about it. He sighed in his heart and led Murong Qianqian. Their bodies moved and they flew down to the auction house below. Although the flow of people in Yen City today was many times more than usual, there was quite a large area around the auction house. Xiao Yan and Murong Qianqian landed in this area. At a glance, one could see an enormous doorway in this area. This was the entrance to the auction house. At this moment, there were quite a number of people lined up around Xiao Yan and Murong Qianqian. They were orderly following the order to enter the auction house. All of these people were elite half-emperors. In this place, even the elite half-emperors, who were usually respected in front of others, could only line up like ordinary people to enter the auction house. It must be said that the foundation of this auction house could really be described as terrifying. Murong Qianqian involuntarily knit her brows when she saw that there was a long line of nearly 100 people in front of her. Her pretty eyes ruthlessly glared at Xiao Yan by the side as she angrily said, "It's all your fault. I told you to come earlier. Now that the line is so long, won't we have to wait until the sky turns dark before we can enter?" Xiao Yan was slightly startled. He involuntarily laughed bitterly in his heart. It seemed that he was the one who wanted to participate in the auction the most between the two of them. Why was it that Murong Qianqian was actually even more anxious than him when the auction was about to begin? Xiao Yan did not think too much about the young girl's thoughts. As for guessing, that was even more out of the question. Of course, Xiao Yan did not know that the young girl was not anxious to participate in the auction. Merely, the thing that Xiao Yan wanted to obtain was inside. In order to prevent Xiao Yan from regretfully missing out on it, she was so anxious. From the beginning to the end, the young girl had never thought about whether she wanted to participate in the auction or not. The only person she thought about was Xiao Yan before her. It was all because there was something that he wanted to find here. Perhaps that thing was not important to the young girl. However, the young girl understood in her heart that that thing was extremely important to Xiao Yan. This was the reason why Murong Qianqian was even more anxious than Xiao Yan to enter the auction house. All right. Don't worry. Didn't I say that someone will come to pick us up? Just wait and see. Xiao Yan softly chuckled in response to Murong Qianqian's words. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile. His hands crossed over his chest as he slowly lifted his pitch-black eyes and looked towards the tall and large ancient building in front of him. The depths of his eyes faintly flickered. Right above the entrance of the ancient building, on the thick and sturdy stone wall, there was a flamboyant Tian word carved on it. After a few breaths, the smile at the corners of Xiao Yan's mouth grew even wider. Soon after, he turned his head and smiled towards Murong Qianqian. "It's here." As his voice sounded, the expression on Murong Qianqian's pretty face involuntarily changed slightly. A curious expression surfaced on her face. She lifted her beautiful eyes and swept them all around. Suddenly, a somewhat hoarse and aged voice rang out from the empty space. Grandmaster, the old me is Fang Qian. I am the manager of the Tianyun auction house. I have received a request from a few sirs and have come to invite Grandmaster to enter. At the same time this aged voice was emitted, the empty space in front of Xiao Yan and Murong Qianqian suddenly became distorted. Immediately, a white-haired old man with an amiable face appeared in front of Xiao Yan and Murong Qianqian. The old man appeared and immediately cupped his hands respectfully to Xiao Yan. His face was filled with a smile as he spoke to Xiao Yan. Elder is too courteous. This younger generation does not dare to call themselves Grandmaster. Hearing the old man's words, Xiao Yan did not dare to slight him. From the way this old man had suddenly appeared, he was without a doubt an elite Dodi. In the face of such a person, Xiao Yan still adopted the most respectful attitude. After all, if he were to be honest, he was ultimately only a rank 2 alchemist. Making things convenient for others was also making things convenient for oneself. Perhaps, this would be of some help to Xiao Yan if they were to be respectful to each other. Grandmaster is too humble. However, since this is the case, we should invite Grandmaster to enter the auction house first. Those few people have already prepared a private room for Grandmaster. Fang Qian's old eyes carried some admiration as he looked at Xiao Yan in front of him. Fang Qian involuntarily felt a shock in his heart. The black-robed young man in front of him was not only young and promising, but his character was also neither arrogant nor impatient. This kind of thing was something that the old man had never seen from other members of the younger generation. Just from this point alone, the old man's favorable impression of Xiao Yan swiftly rose by quite a lot. All right, I have indeed come for the auction. However, I will have to trouble Elder to help me decline the private room that those few people have reserved for me. This younger generation has never liked to receive favors from others. This younger generation can handle such a small matter by myself. Xiao Yan laughed softly. His tone was extremely firm as he refuted the so-called private room. Hearing this, a glint involuntarily flashed across Fang Qian's old eyes. This kind of meticulous character in addition to this frightening training talent meant that this person would definitely be extraordinary in the future. The old man and the young man exchanged a few polite words in succession. Murong Qianqian, who was behind Xiao Yan, had a somewhat wooden expression on her pretty face as she was stunned on the spot. She did not expect that there would actually be someone who would come to receive Xiao Yan. All right, don't just stand there. Let's go. Aren't you anxious to enter? I will bring you in now. Chapter 526. Under Fang Qian's guidance, Xiao Yan and Murong Qianqian slowly walked past the crowd of half-step emperors who were painstakingly queuing up in front of the crowd of envious gazes outside the auction house, and leisurely arrived in front of the door. Manager Fang. When Fang Qian approached the stone door, two black-armored soldiers standing guard respectfully bowed and shouted to Fang Qian, "Sir, please come in." From their respectful tone, it was clear that Fang Qian held a rather high position in their hearts. This scene caused Xiao Yan to involuntarily praise quietly in his heart. If Fang Qian had relied on his strength to cause these people to feel fear, his voice should have sounded extremely weak. It was as though a rock had been forcefully knocked on. However, the scene that appeared in front of Xiao Yan at this moment was completely different from that. These two soldiers had clearly expressed their admiration for Fang Qian from the bottom of their hearts. This also meant that Fang Qian had won them over with his virtue, causing these soldiers to truly respect him from the bottom of their hearts. In this chaotic continent, it was extremely rare to see a person who could win over others with his heart. Yes. When he heard the two soldiers' respectful words, Fang Qian smiled amiably as he nodded towards the two of them. Soon after, he once again took a step forward, intending to bring Xiao Yan and Murong Qianqian into the auction house. However, at this moment, Manager Fang. This time, it was different from before. This voice was extremely domineering and one could clearly hear that the owner of this voice seemed to be feeling a sense of injustice in his heart. Oh. A puzzled expression involuntarily appeared on Fang Qian's wrinkled old face. He slowly turned around, his muddy old eyes looking towards the source of the voice. Manager Fang, a large group of us have been rushing towards Yen City since 10 days ago, all for the sake of participating in the auction. Today, the 5 of us finally managed to reach Yen City before daybreak with much difficulty. We have bitterly waited for several hours, yet this brat has only just arrived. What right does he have to enter the auction house before us? Fang Qian's aged face involuntarily revealed a look of astonishment when he saw the person who spoke. The person who spoke was the first person in the line, a middle-aged man with a face full of stubble. His aura was incomparably strong. Even when compared to Su Songming, who had been sent flying by Xiao Yan 2 days ago, his aura was no weaker. Evidently, he was also an 8-star half-martial emperor. Furthermore, even when placed among 8-star half-martial emperors, his strength was most definitely top-notch. From his words, it seemed like he had just arrived in Yen City today. It was no wonder that he did not know about it. At the same time, the burly man also turned his gaze to Xiao Yan. He was naturally able to tell that the black-gowned youth before him was a 6-star half-martial emperor. To be able to reach the level of a 6-star half-martial emperor at such a young age, this was indeed enough for others to call him a demon-level character. However, this was not enough to give him the priority to do anything. Hence, at this moment, this large middle-aged man's gaze also revealed enmity when he looked at Xiao Yan. Slightly startled in his heart, Xiao Yan could only bitterly smile in his heart. He did not expect that he would be hated by someone over such a small matter. This burly man was clearly the first in line. Why did he have to do this? Haha, mister, this old one is also able to understand that you have all waited here for a long time. Your goal is only to be able to enter the auction house as soon as possible. This old one is also able to understand what you have said. However, there are always exceptions to everything. Some people will always have some special privileges. The reason why this mister was able to enter the auction house before you all is because he has his own reasons. Therefore, this old one also hopes that this mister will be able to understand. If you wish to know the reason, please ask the people behind you. I believe that the majority of the people in Yen City know the reason behind this. After Feng Qian's words left his mouth, the crowd behind began to whisper to each other. At the same time, a gloating expression appeared in their eyes when they looked at the middle-aged man. I don't care. We have bitterly waited for such a long time. In the end, this brat entered the moment we met. No matter what, he must give us an explanation. With a fierce expression on his face, the middle-aged man stubbornly roared out in an unresigned manner. When the middle-aged man's words left his mouth, Feng Qian's expression involuntarily darkened. He had always believed that he was easy to talk to. However, this middle-aged man before him was being unreasonable, causing him to feel that he was purposely looking for trouble. It's fine. I would like to know, mister, what kind of explanation do you want from me? Just as Feng Qian was about to speak, Xiao Yan slowly took a step forward. With a smile on his face, he looked towards the middle-aged man. The expression on his face gave off an incomparably warm feeling, as if he was a person without any temper. Seeing this, Feng Qian could not help but frown slightly. He did not think that Xiao Yan was such a person. Although Xiao Yan looked amiable and approachable, he was definitely not a person who could be trampled on by others. The burly man's face was filled with displeasure as he sized up the skinny black-robed youth in front of him. The expression in his eyes changed, and he immediately snorted coldly. A hint of viciousness appeared on his fierce-looking face as he sternly said, I won't compete with you in terms of qi. I don't want to be cursed for bullying the weak. How about this, as long as you can block a punch from me, I will treat this as if it never happened. Otherwise, you will let the 5 of us brothers enter first. As he said this, the burly man raised his thumb and fiercely pointed at the 4 people behind him. Immediately, the 4 people behind him took half a step forward, revealing their rough faces. Mister, hey! Hearing the burly man's words, Feng Qian and Murong Qianqian couldn't help but exclaim at Xiao Yan at the same time. Especially Feng Qian. He couldn't help but want to step forward. He believed that as long as he stepped forward, no matter how unwilling these people were, they wouldn't say anything else. However, just as Feng Qian was about to take a step forward, the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth was lifted into a faint smile. He gently lifted his hand and stopped the actions of the 2 people behind him. At the same time, his mouth contained a smile as he spoke to the large man. Sure. These simple words caused the expressions on everyone's faces to be involuntarily stunned. Everyone's gazes swept between Xiao Yan and the burly man. When the 2 of them stood together, it was like a skinny monkey and a huge bear. The gap between them was self-evident. However, just like that, Xiao Yan actually agreed to it. It had to be known that just based on physique, this burly man was more than twice the size of Xiao Yan. If the 2 of them were to meet, the scene was simply unimaginable to everyone present. Regarding this, the corners of Xiao Yan's mouth slowly curled into an inexplicable smile. He tilted his head slightly and looked at the burly man. He raised his hand and hooked his finger at the burly man. Come. Chapter 527. As the words from Xiao Yan's mouth fell, the surrounding crowd who had come to watch immediately began to whisper. In their hearts, they could not help but sigh at Xiao Yan's arrogance and boldness. Even if he was a rank 3 alchemist, this character was too arrogant. Without the help of spiritual soul strength and do qi, he actually wanted to clash head-on with a strong man whose physique far exceeded his own. This was no different from sending himself to his death. Compared to the size of regret on everyone's faces, Fang Qian and Murong Qianqian appeared to be much calmer at this moment. There was no need to say anything more about Murong Qianqian. With her understanding of Xiao Yan, the latter was definitely not a person who acted on impulse. As long as he made a move, he would definitely have confidence. Since Xiao Yan dared to face this large man alone at this moment, perhaps he had that ability. As for Fang Qian, although he also had some worried emotions in his heart, he also believed that as a rank 3 alchemist, Xiao Yan would not do such an action for no reason. When the large man saw Xiao Yan make such a provocative gesture, the expression in his pair of fierce eyes immediately became ruthless. A wave of anger also involuntarily rose from the bottom of his heart. Humph! The large man let out a cold snort. His eyebrows were vertical as his furious eyes shot toward Xiao Yan. A pair of enormous hands slowly clenched together. A frightening strength caused the surrounding empty space to involuntarily emit waves of trembling sounds. Brat, you have guts. Let me finish you off with a punch. I'll let you know which is more important between talent and strength. As his voice fell, the large man's fists violently collided with each other in front of his chest. A muffled thud caused the surrounding space to tremble intensely. At the same time, an ear-piercing buzzing sound also reverberated in the ears of everyone present at this moment, causing them to be unable to endure it. Seeing this, Xiao Yan's eyes narrowed. He actually slowly placed his left hand behind his back and raised his right hand. With a twist of his wrist, his palm faced the large man and said in a serious voice, "Please." As the word "pleased" sounded, a ferocious expression immediately surfaced on the large man's fierce face. Xiao Yan's repeated disdain had really caused him to feel incomparably furious in his heart. His strong body suddenly shook. He withdrew his right fist to the back of his waist. Immediately, his feet abruptly stepped on the floor tiles under his feet. A frightening huge force erupted from his feet and immediately shattered the ground under his body into a pile of powder. At the same time, it also left a footprint that was a few inches deep at the place where the large man's feet landed. Quickly following this, the large man's body was like a cannonball that had been shot out of the barrel. With a lightning-like speed, he arrived in front of Xiao Yan in the blink of an eye. His body leaned to the side and a fist was immediately thrown out, directly smashing towards Xiao Yan's face. "Brat, remember this is the consequence of your carelessness." The heavy voice was like a low and deep beast roar as it spread. At the same time, Fang Qian, who was behind Xiao Yan, could not resist maneuvering the do qi in his body. With Xiao Yan's status as a rank 3 alchemist, the treatment he received when entering the auction house was at the level of a VIP. Even an elite do di could not compare with it. If such a person were to be injured in front of his auction house today, his Tianyun auction house would no longer have the chance to befriend him. The expression on Fang Qian's old face involuntarily changed when he thought of this. A resentment rose in his heart toward the large man. If this large man really dared to hurt Xiao Yan today, he would definitely not be stingy and attack to kill all 5 of them. This was the attraction of a rank 3 alchemist. However, in the next moment, the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth was slowly lifted and he revealed a soft smile just as the expression on Fang Qian's old face became increasingly cold as everyone present looked at Xiao Yan with regretful faces. Immediately, his extended hand tilted slightly. At an extremely strange angle, it coincidentally blocked the large man's enormous fist. The large man's eyes involuntarily shrank when he saw this scene. He did not expect that Xiao Yan would actually be able to block his attack even at this stage. However, all of this was too late. The large man's enormous fist had already arrived in front of Xiao Yan's face. It was only a short distance of 1 foot. Even if Xiao Yan used his hand to protect himself, How could he possibly block it? Ha! The large man laughed coldly in his heart. The expression on his face became even more ferocious at this moment. At the same time, the enormous fist that was thrown towards Xiao Yan also became increasingly frightening. Bang! However, in the next moment, when the large man's enormous fist violently smashed down, it was as if it had smashed onto a city wall. The enormous fist that contained extreme power was easily blocked by a fair palm that looked like a woman's. Such a comical and dramatic scene caused the expressions on everyone's faces to immediately freeze. At this moment, everyone present was like a statue. Their bodies were frozen on the spot and their faces were filled with disbelief and shock. The scene before their eyes was truly unimaginable to them. It was to the extent that they could not believe it. The large man's punch that contained such power was actually so easily blocked by Xiao Yan. Moreover, when he blocked the large man's punch, his hand did not even tremble at all. This also meant that the large man's punch did not even have the possibility of shaking Xiao Yan. How is this possible? The large man stared at his fist that had been blocked by Xiao Yan. His heart was filled with shock and fear. He really could not imagine how this black-robed young man in front of him, who clearly had a body that was as thin as straw, could possess such a frightening physical strength. He was certain that Xiao Yan had not used even the slightest bit of doqi in the collision just now. He had only relied on his own physical strength. Cuckoo, from the looks of it, you have lost. A harmless and warm smile was revealed on Xiao Yan's handsome face. Immediately, his palms shook slightly. Immediately, a frightening strength that caused one to be shocked erupted from Xiao Yan's palm like a dragon emerging from the sea. In just one exchange, he had sent the large man flying with his palm. Being attacked by this distance, the expression on the large man's face instantly changed wildly. His sturdy body was like a bear as he involuntarily retreated. Every time his foot landed, it would cause the ground under his feet to collapse with a loud bang. It was only after the large man's footsteps had retreated by over 10 steps that he violently collided with the crowd behind him. The crowd fell and the large man's body finally came to a halt at this moment. At this moment, everyone's eyes were filled with incomparable shock as they looked at Xiao Yan. Chapter 528. Outside the auction hall, at this moment, the word disbelief was written all over the faces of the people present. Every single one of them had dumbstruck expressions with their mouths wide open. None of the people present had anticipated the scene before them. The guesses in their hearts were actually overturned by this black-gowned young man. Cough cough, the large man let out a couple of intense coughs. It was a long while later before he climbed up from the ground with the help of the few people behind him. Immediately, a pair of large round eyes instantly focused on Xiao Yan. At this moment, the disdainful expression in the burly man's eyes had already disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by shock and reverence from the bottom of his heart. He had never imagined that this seemingly frail black-gowned young man before him would possess such frightening physical strength. It was no wonder that he would be treated in such a manner by Feng Qian. Little brother, your strength is extraordinary. This lowly one admires you. As for what happened earlier, this lowly one will apologize to little brother. I hope that you will not take it to heart. After standing up, the burly man respectfully bowed to Xiao Yan with his hands clasped together. This was the respect one would have toward an expert. At the same time, it also displayed the reverence he had toward Xiao Yan. Even though the exchange of blows earlier was hasty and short, the burly man was still able to tell that the Xiao Yan before him possessed strength that greatly surpassed his own. Even though the latter's cultivation appeared to only be that of a 6-star half-martial emperor, it was still insufficient to fully describe the strength that he possessed. This was something that had been vividly displayed by the collision between the two of them earlier. Furthermore, judging from the power that had erupted from Xiao Yan's palm strike earlier, it was clear that Xiao Yan had held back when he unleashed his attack. Else, this burly man would not have been sent flying with only a single blow. Seeing the burly man displaying such a respectful attitude towards Xiao Yan, the four people behind the burly man all looked to one another. Then, without the slightest hesitation, they also bowed to Xiao Yan with their hands clasped together. From this, it could be seen that the relationship between these five people was extremely close. Else, it would not have been possible for the four people behind the burly man to react in unison because of the actions of the burly man alone. Seeing the five people before him displaying such a respectful attitude toward him, Xiao Yan involuntarily revealed an astonished expression. This was especially true for the four people behind the burly man. In this chaotic continent, to be able to have brothers who had shared weal and woe with him was truly something worthy of admiration. There is no need to be so courteous. This lowly one has merely been unable to exercise for a long time. That is why I wanted to give this friend here a try. If I am injured in any way, please forgive me. This attitude of the five of them also caused Xiao Yan to have a good impression of them in his heart. He waved his sleeves while he spoke and an invisible, majestic spiritual strength swiftly swept out. Immediately, it gently lifted the five people who were bowing. This is soul force. This action of Xiao Yan caused the hearts of the five people to solidify slightly. The five of them lowered their heads and exchanged glances with one another. All of them saw surprise in the other party's eyes. The thing that caused them to be surprised was not that Xiao Yan had used spiritual strength. Instead, it was that this spiritual strength was so strong that even they could feel an invisible pressure from it. Don't tell me that you are an array master or an alchemist. The five of them straightened their bodies. The burly man, who was the leader, looked at Xiao Yan with eyes that were filled with astonishment. His tone was solemn as he asked. Xiao Yan's physical strength was already sufficient to cause them to have a good impression of him. However, if he was also a powerful alchemist or a formation master, he would really have to be described as defying the heavens. This Mr. is an alchemist. Moreover, he is a rank 3 alchemist. The reason why he does not need to queue is actually because he was invited by the few elite Dou-Di in the auction house. However, at this moment, Fang Qian, who had recovered from his shock, slowly took a step forward. He looked at the burly man with a smile on his face. A smile surfaced in his turbid old eyes as he said. When Fang Qian's words came out, the five people's bodies suddenly turned violently on the spot. They quickly rose to their feet. This was especially so for the burly man who was the leader. His heart was filled with regret. He had actually stopped the person who was invited by the elite Dou-Di and had even fought with him. At this moment, it was likely that the few elite Dou-Di had already sensed all of this. Once they were dissatisfied with him, wouldn't he and the brothers behind him be in danger? The burly man felt a wave of sadness in his heart when he thought of how he had sent his brothers into danger because of a moment of rashness. It was as though death was already in front of them and their doomsday was not far away. Relax. They will not do anything to you. It is just a small exchange of pointers. It is nothing much. Moreover, I think that the current them will not only not be dissatisfied with you, but will instead feel extremely satisfied. Xiao Yan appeared to have guessed the burly man's thoughts as he smiled faintly. After he finished speaking, Xiao Yan once again turned around. His dark black eyes looked at the auction house in front of him. A light flashed deep within his eyes as though he had seen something. At the same time, within the few private rooms in the auction house, a few old men with strong auras could not help but frown slightly. This little fellow does not appear to be a good person. Physical strength, Dou-Qi, alchemist skills. He is actually able to train these three areas to such an extent at the same time. Just who is this little fellow? In a somewhat dim and quiet private room, an old man whose entire body was wrapped in a black robe revealed a pair of blade-like sharp eyes. A sharp glint flashed deep within his dark eyes. His old eyes narrowed as he softly muttered, At the same time, in another private room, a square-faced middle-aged man wearing a brocade robe narrowed his eyes. He appeared to be thinking about something in his heart. Black-robed young man, young lady in the prime of her youth. It seems that the people who injured my son are these two. That man is Xiao Yan. As for that woman, it is not important, the middle-aged man softly muttered in his mouth. Immediately, he gently lifted his hand and randomly curled his finger. The next moment, the empty space beside the middle-aged man immediately became distorted. A black-robed person whose face could not be seen clearly bowed and half knelt beside the middle-aged man. Clan leader. Yes, go and investigate. When did these two people arrive in Yen City and from which direction did they enter? Investigate carefully. If they are, humph. At the end of his words, an uncontrollable killing intent suddenly surged into the middle-aged man's silver eyes. Soon after, the black-robed person beside the middle-aged man also respectfully cried out before disappearing from the private room. In the outside world, Xiao Yan slowly withdrew his gaze and randomly swept it across Murong Qianqian, whose pretty face was still in a daze. He curled his lips and said, "Why are you in a daze? Aren't you in a hurry to enter? Let's go." After saying these words, the young lady recovered her senses. Xiao Yan's gaze once again turned towards Fang Qian. He smiled and said, "Manager Fang, please lead the way." "Ha, mister, please enter." Hearing this, Fang Qian did not stand on ceremony and made a "please" gesture towards Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan nodded and smiled. Under the respectful and envious gazes of the crowd behind them, the three of them slowly disappeared from the dimly lit auction house. Chapter 529. At this moment, Xiao Yan and Murong Qianqian were seated in a brightly lit private room. Fang Qian had left the place because of official business. In the blink of an eye, only Xiao Yan and Murong Qianqian were left in the large private room. The private room was very large. It was able to accommodate 20 to 30 people at the same time without feeling crowded. At this moment, only Xiao Yan and Murong Qianqian were left in the private room. In addition to the two of them being silent, the atmosphere immediately became dull. Her soft and delicate body was nestled in the chair that was covered with milky white fur. At this moment, Murong Qianqian looked like a rabbit that was returning to its nest. Her delicate and charming face revealed an expression that was bored to death. Her pair of clear and beautiful eyes were staring at the other side. On the pitch-black wall, there was a light screen that was currently projecting the current scene in the auction house onto it. Following the continuous influx of people, the originally empty stone steps in the auction house were swiftly filled with people. The noise in this ring-shaped auction house became even noisier, transforming into a buzzing sound that reverberated unceasingly, causing people to involuntarily feel uneasy when they heard it. "Hey, is the medicinal ingredient that you mentioned very important to you?" Until a certain moment, Murong Qianqian, whose heart was filled with boredom, finally turned her pretty eyes toward Xiao Yan. Her pretty face revealed a doubtful expression as she opened her mouth to ask Xiao Yan. Hearing this, Xiao Yan's expression was slightly startled. After which, he knit his eyebrows slightly. He immediately nodded slightly and said, "That's right. The blazing flame flower is related to my breakthrough to the Do D class." Do D class. After Xiao Yan's words sounded, the expression on Murong Qianqian's pretty face involuntarily solidified. A strange expression flashed across the deep part of her pretty eyes. Immediately, the young lady once again knit her eyebrows. She lifted her pretty eyes and stared at Xiao Yan with a doubtful expression. She once again asked, "Are you lying to me? Don't think that I don't know just because I'm not an alchemist. The Emperor Calamity pill that is needed to break through to the Do D class does not have a medicinal ingredient like the blazing flame flower. This should be a medicinal ingredient used by another medicinal pill." His eyes narrowed imperceptibly. Xiao Yan did not comment on this. Seeing that Xiao Yan did not answer, the doubt in the young girl's heart grew even more. Just as she was about to continue asking, on the light screen opposite the two of them, the originally noisy crowd had unknowingly quieted down. At the same time, the originally flat stone platform in the middle of the auction hall suddenly began to tremble violently. Immediately, a square crystal pillar slowly rose from the middle of the stone platform. At this moment, everyone's gazes gathered over. Everyone's eyes were filled with excitement because they knew that the long-awaited auction was finally about to begin. Dang! The familiar sound of the bell rang in the auction house. Immediately, everyone's eyes focused on the source of the sound. At the same time, on the stone platform, beside the crystal pillar that had just been erected, the invisible void distorted for a while, and the figure of an old man slowly appeared in front of everyone present. Within the private room, Xiao Yan watched the old man who had appeared on the light screen. His dark black eyes involuntarily hardened. He did not expect that the old man who had appeared on the stone platform was actually Feng Qian. Cuckoo, no wonder they dared to conduct the auction in this kind of open-air environment. The auction item is personally guarded by a Dodi. As long as one is not a fugitive, it is likely that no one will cause trouble in this auction. Xiao Yan clicked his tongue and sighed in his heart. He smiled softly and shook his head. To be able to get a Dodi to host an auction, it must be said that this could really be called extravagant. At the very least, since Xiao Yan had started training until now, he had never seen such a large amount of money in his life. However, immediately after, just as everyone thought that the auction was about to begin, a buzzing sound suddenly appeared in the sky above the auction hall. Soon after, a layer of glittering golden energy barrier enveloped the entire auction house from the outside like an inverted bowl. This is a formation. Within the private room, Murong Qianqian opened her watery large eyes. Through the light screen in front of her, she carefully observed the golden energy barrier. Her jade-like finger gently touched her exquisite chin. Her pretty face revealed a trace of doubt as she asked. It is a formation. Moreover, it is a kind of formation that is definitely not of a low rank. With this thing around, it is likely that even a Dodi would have a great difficulty breaking it in a short period of time. Compared to the young lady, Xiao Yan wanted to see it more comprehensively. The moment he opened his mouth, he gave a rough description of the extraordinariness of this energy barrier. Hiss! Hearing this, the expression on Murong Qianqian's pretty face instantly changed. To be able to block the formation of a Dodi, what rank did this formation have to be in order to do so? To the side, Xiao Yan, who was originally nestled in his chair, slowly straightened his body. His dark black eyes revealed a solemn expression. To be able to block a Dodi, even if this formation's rank is high, it would definitely not be inferior to a rank 3 formation. Moreover, even if it was placed among rank 3 formations, it would definitely be considered top quality. However, from the looks of this formation, it might even be a rank 4 formation. Just as Xiao Yan's voice sounded, the expression on Murong Qianqian's pretty face involuntarily became one of astonishment. A rank 4 formation. That was a terrifying formation that was sufficient to cause a Dodi to be afraid. Caw. Just as Xiao Yan and Murong Qianqian were discussing the energy barrier, there was once again a change on the stone platform in the outside world. Amidst the caw sound of a mechanical wheel, the ground around the crystal pillar actually slowly split apart. Immediately, a staircase that extended deep into the ground appeared in front of the gazes of countless people in the auction house. As the staircase appeared, an old man wearing a long golden robe slowly walked out from it with a smile on his face. The moment the old man appeared, a majestic aura that was difficult to suppress immediately swept out from his body. Under this aura, the expressions of everyone in the auction house involuntarily changed. The crowd, who had already quietened down because of Feng Qian's appearance, did not even dare to breathe loudly at this moment. What a powerful aura! I think that this person should be the chairman of the Tianyun auction house, Dong Chuan. The appearance of the old man caused the hearts of everyone present to turn solemn. At the same time, some of the people present, who had come to Yen City for the first time, involuntarily let out an exclamation in their hearts. At the same time, the faces of the elite Do-di in the few private rooms also revealed some fear. Numerous pairs of dark eyes passed through the light curtain and stared at the old man who had appeared on the stone platform. Clearly, even they did not dare to be the slightest bit careless when facing this Dong Chuan. At the same time, Xiao Yan, who was also in the private room, also had a face that was filled with a deep solemnness. Under the current Xiao Yan's frightening spiritual strength, which was comparable to that of a rank 3 alchemist, the cultivation of Dong Chuan, who had appeared on the stone platform, was naturally seen through by Xiao Yan at a glance. The frightening strength of this Dong Chuan was the strongest elite Do-di that Xiao Yan had seen since he had arrived in the western region after the leaders of the 4 large sections. The depth of his cultivation indicated that he had already reached the level of a 5-star Do-di. Chapter 530. No. When Xiao Yan's words sounded, the entire place instantly turned silent. At this moment, even Fang Qian, who was on the auction stage below, and Su Songming, who was standing on the viewing gallery, could not help but tremble slightly. The expressions on the 2 old men's faces instantly froze. No matter what, the 2 of them did not expect that Xiao Yan would actually say such words that would shock the entire place. At the same time, they were not the only ones. Even the expressions on the faces of the other alchemists on the viewing gallery, as well as the group of half-emperors, were extremely interesting at this moment. The words that Xiao Yan had said at this moment could be said to be the weirdest joke that everyone present had ever heard. A rank 3 alchemist actually did not have as many medicinal pills as a rank 2 alchemist. If news of this spread, wouldn't everyone laugh their heads off? Ha 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 ha. After being stunned for a moment, an earth-shattering laughter suddenly rang out from the viewing gallery. There was no need to think too much. At this moment, the only person who could laugh out loud was likely Su Songming. Humph humph, looks like this old man is determined to obtain this blazing flower. Since no one is going to bid against this old man, Manager Fang, please make the final decision. Su Songming sneered as he lifted his eyes to look at Xiao Yan, who was standing in the sky. He did not expect that the worries in his heart were actually groundless. Fang Qian acted as though he did not hear Su Songming's cold laughter. At this moment, his pair of turbid old eyes were firmly staring at Xiao Yan. His heart did not dare to believe that as a rank 3 alchemist, Xiao Yan would easily lose to someone like Su Songming. Unfortunately, Xiao Yan, who was standing in the sky, had his eyebrows tightly knitted together since the beginning. The expression on his face did not relax at all. It was as if he was helpless and anxious, but also as if he was thinking about something. However, in the end, Xiao Yan still did not give an answer. This caused Fang Qian, who was standing on the auction stage below, to involuntarily feel a little disappointed. Even the crowd in the viewing gallery could not help but throw a disappointed gaze at Xiao Yan. Sighing helplessly in his heart, Fang Qian could only look at Su Songming with a heart full of disappointment. Helplessly, the rules of the auction house were like this. No matter who the guest was, as long as he had the ability to win the auction item would belong to him. This rule was something that Fang Qian could not change even though he was an elite Do-di. The expression on his old face gradually turned gloomy. It was not until a long time later that Fang Qian once again raised his eyes to look at Su Songming. He paused for a long time before he slowly opened his mouth. Every word sounded as if it was squeezed out from between his teeth. His tone was stiff as he said, Su Songming has offered 20 emperor-grade pills in exchange for the blazing flower. Is there anyone willing to offer a higher price? Su Songming had a victorious expression on his face. His thin lips curled into a cold smile that was as sharp as a blade. The resentment that he had accumulated because of Xiao Yan 2 days ago seemed to have disappeared at this moment. As expected, there isn't any, the soft voice was almost inaudible. The atmosphere within the auction house had also become pressuring. It was as though there was a thick dark cloud covering everyone's heads. However, just as Feng Qian was about to speak again with a helpless face, Xiao Yan, who was high up in the sky, slowly raised his head. The corner of his mouth was slowly lifted into a playful smile. A pair of dark black eyes looked at Feng Qian, who was on the auction stage below. At the same time, the latter seemed to have sensed something. His brows, which were filled with wrinkles, were lifted violently. His turbid old eyes were instantly lifted. His gaze was like a sword as it instantly looked at Xiao Yan. Ha! The expression on Feng Qian's old face was initially stunned when he saw the smile that was revealed on the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth. Immediately, he seemed to have recalled something. The gloomy expression on his old face instantly disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by a pleasantly surprised expression. Good brat. You have really caused the old me to worry for nothing. While he laughed and scolded Xiao Yan in his heart, a pleasantly surprised smile appeared on Feng Qian's old face. At the same time, Su Songming and the others in the stands also simultaneously shot their gazes towards Xiao Yan because of the change in expression on Feng Qian's old face. When the crowd saw the smile that was revealed on the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth, their faces could not help but be slightly stunned. Immediately, they cast pitiful gazes towards Su Songming, who was in front of the stands. Looking at Xiao Yan's expression, it was obvious that they could not fully believe what he had said previously. Since that was the case, this time around, Su Songming was really going to fail miserably at such an easy task. Humph. Brat, stop trying to be mysterious. If you can't produce the medicinal pill, don't even think about competing with me for this blazing flower. When he saw the confident look on Xiao Yan's face, Su Songming was suddenly shocked. His body could not help but tremble as he stood on the spot. However, in the end, he could not help but shout at Xiao Yan. He did not believe that Xiao Yan before him could not produce an emperor-grade medicinal pill. What right did he have to compete with him? Unless, what Xiao Yan had said previously was a lie and he was simply deceiving the crowd. You are right. I really can't produce a medicinal pill. However, Xiao Yan's following words caused the crowd to be stunned once again. Since he did not have a medicinal pill, how could Xiao Yan compete with Su Songming? Ha 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 ha. When he heard Xiao Yan's words, Su Songming could not help but laugh out loud once again. On the auction stage, Feng Qian narrowed his old eyes as he stared at Xiao Yan with his turbid eyes. His eyes flickered as if he had already guessed something. May I ask Manager Feng Qian if this blazing flower can only be exchanged with medicinal pills? Xiao Yan smiled and ignored Su Songming. Instead, he looked towards Feng Qian and smiled as he cupped his hands together and asked. Haha, of course not. I have already said that as long as you can produce something of equivalent value, you can use it to auction off this blazing flower. The expression in Su Songming's eyes suddenly solidified when he heard the words from the mouths of the two. At the same time, everyone on the stage appeared to have heard something from Xiao Yan's words. All of their eyes immediately revealed a curious expression. Could it be that this black-robed, young man in front of them could really take out something of equal value to the Jinyan flower? Under the astonished gazes of everyone present, the smile on Xiao Yan's lips grew even wider. His gaze calmly swept across Su Songming below as the corners of his mouth curled, revealing a row of spotlessly white teeth. In Su Songming's eyes, this appearance was akin to a cold and sharp blade being waved at him. Above the empty space, Xiao Yan slowly extended one of his hands towards the empty space in front of him. Immediately, under the focused gazes of everyone present, a thought passed through his mind. In the next instant, an emerald green flowing light swiftly flashed in Xiao Yan's palm. Immediately, an emerald green fan leaf the size of a wash basin appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Looking at this fan leaf, it was undoubtedly a 1,000 fan leaf. Chapter 531. Everyone in the auction ground had stunned faces as they looked at the feather on the auction stage below. A moment ago, this thing had erupted with a powerful aura that caused most of the people present to be moved. However, it had only been a short couple of breaths. This change was a little too quick. What is going on? Everyone's faces were stunned as they looked at Feng Qian on the auction stage below. Everyone's faces revealed a suspicious expression. Could it be that the so-called treasure, the man-class Do technique, was this appearance? At this moment, there were even quite a number of people in the auction ground who had originally planned to bid for it. They withdrew their gazes with bitter faces. At the same time, their eyes involuntarily revealed a suspicious expression as they looked at Feng Qian. If even the first auction item was fake, the people present would no longer be able to feel assured about the subsequent auction items. Dong Chuan, who was standing at the edge of the auction ground, also involuntarily frowned slightly in the face of the unexpected change in the auction ground. His heart felt a little troubled. If this Feng Yu were to point out this matter, it was likely that there would not be any need for the auction today to continue. A single mistake was sufficient to cause their entire auction to be burned to the ground. At the same time, the few elite Do Di within the few private rooms also revealed various expressions. Some were smiles, some were surprised, and some were suspicious. In short, the unexpected change that had occurred in the auction ground at this moment caused everyone to feel uneasy. At this moment, Xiao Yan was naturally able to clearly see the situation in the outside world through the light curtain in front of him. This included Feng Qian, who was standing on the auction stage with a stunned and embarrassed face. Xiao Yan was also able to see everything. Seeing that the atmosphere in the auction ground had become somewhat pressurized because of him, Xiao Yan involuntarily felt a little apologetic in his heart. He knit his brows tightly and swiftly thought of a countermeasure in his heart. No matter how one put it, everything in front of him had become like this because of him. If he continued to remain silent, this matter would eventually become a knot in Xiao Yan's heart, regardless of whether other people knew about it or not. If he was unable to resolve this matter today, it was likely that it might even affect Xiao Yan's training in the future. Cough cough, I'm sorry. Just now, I was interested and used my spiritual strength to investigate the demon phoenix. However, I did not expect that thing to actually be unable to withstand my investigation, resulting in it becoming like this. If I have disturbed everyone, please do not take it to heart. At the very most, I am willing to give up this Do technique. Suddenly, a voice that was filled with embarrassment suddenly resounded over the entire auction ground and reverberated beside everyone's ears. Hearing this, everyone's faces immediately revealed a strange expression. They looked towards the direction of the voice, but could only see the empty sky above their heads. At the same time, the Do Di on the auction stage and the few Do Di in the private rooms instantly turned their gazes to the private room that Xiao Yan was in. Although other people were unable to see it, they knew that the voice had been transmitted from this place. Hearing these words, a doubtful expression involuntarily flashed across the faces of the few elite Do Di in the private room. They immediately laughed coldly and continued to be silent. As for Feng Qian, who was currently on the stone platform, there was a look of gratitude in his turbid old eyes. Other people might not know, but as the manager of the auction house, how could he not know that there were some special formations around the auction stage? These formations were able to block all spiritual perception below the rank 4 alchemist. Unfortunately, although Xiao Yan was a rank 3 alchemist, his spiritual strength was not sufficient to pass through the formation. It was even more impossible for him to not be detected by these elite Do Di. Hence, Feng Qian knew that these words of his were false the moment he heard them. However, even though his words were fake, it would be best if he could use it to help them out of their predicament in the current situation. Cuckoo, no wonder. So it was Mr. Who used his spiritual strength to investigate. Feng Qian cupped his hands toward the private room Xiao Yan was in. He clearly understood in his heart, but his face was filled with gratitude as he spoke with a smile. Ha! Once Fang Qian's words were spoken, everyone present immediately turned their gazes toward the private room Xiao Yan was in. Everyone's eyes were filled with doubt. They were also extremely curious about the mystery that Fang Qian had mentioned. Soon after, the gazes of everyone present landed on the private room Xiao Yan was in. The empty space outside the private room suddenly became distorted. Soon after, a young man wearing a black robe slowly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Once they saw Xiao Yan, everyone in the auction ground immediately went into an uproar. Only then did they react. At this moment, the only person in the auction ground who could cause Fang Qian to be so respectful was likely this rank 3 alchemist. However, when everyone recovered and recalled the words that Xiao Yan had said earlier, numerous wolf-like eyes instantly stared at the Do Technique scroll on the crystal pillar in front of Fang Qian. It should be known that this Do Technique was something that even a rank 3 alchemist would be interested in. Just from this point alone, it was enough to prove that this Do Technique was not cheap. Now that Xiao Yan had taken the initiative to give it up, was this not helping the others present? Of course, if they were to know that those words earlier were intentionally said by Xiao Yan, it was unknown just what kind of interesting expression they would have on their faces. In the blink of an eye, he was stared at by so many people in such a manner. Even with Fang Qian's mental strength, his eyebrows could not help but twitch. After which, he once again used a grateful gaze to look at Xiao Yan's slowly disappearing figure in the sky. Thank you very much. At the edge of the auction stage, Dong Chuan also stared at Xiao Yan's disappearing figure and quietly thanked Xiao Yan in his heart. At the same time, the atmosphere in the auction ground, which had become silent because of the unforeseen event earlier, was instantly broken by Xiao Yan's words. At this very moment, everyone in the auction ground turned their gazes toward Fang Qian. Fang Qian had yet to state his starting bid, but the sounds of bidding had already risen and fell repeatedly. This scene also caused Fang Qian's old face to once again reveal a stunned expression. However, compared to before, the expression on Fang Qian's face at this moment was clearly much more relaxed. Within the private room, Xiao Yan watched the scene that was currently displayed in the auction ground. The emotions in his heart also gradually disappeared. It was as though the stone that was blocking his heart had been shattered with a bang at this moment. Even his breathing had unknowingly become much smoother. Cuckoo, everyone, the auction ground has its own order. Everyone seated, please do not be agitated. Next, our first auction item will officially be auctioned. Phoenix Feather Finger, a D-class Do Technique. I think that everyone has seen its value just now. The starting price of the auction will be 1,300,000 spirit coins. Each bid must not be lower than 50,000 spirit coins. There will be a ceiling of 8 million spirit coins. If anyone were to bid this price first, this Phoenix Feather Finger will belong to that person regardless of who bids a higher price later on. Everyone, you must not miss this opportunity. These words, which were intentionally wrapped by Fang Qian's Do Qi, were like the sound of a bell that resounded beside the ears of everyone present. Additionally, his tone was ingenious and he used some tactics to immediately stir up the atmosphere in the auction ground. Cuckoo, everyone, please. Chapter 532. The fiery atmosphere of the auction continued. After the blazing flame flower was auctioned off, Xiao Yan in the private room rarely called out a price. Xiao Yan's main objective for this trip had been completed after obtaining the blazing flame flower. Xiao Yan was not interested in anything else. Secondly, he did not have much capital left. It was not easy to catalyze 2,000 fan leaves. Moreover, it was all thanks to Guyu. If it was possible, Xiao Yan hoped to keep the remaining 1,000 fan leaves so that he could use it to refine pills in the future. Even with Xiao Yan's mental strength, he could not help but feel shocked at the large scale of the auction this time around as the dazzling auction items flowed out one by one from the auction stage. The rarity of some of the auction items during this auction caused Xiao Yan to involuntarily feel a rush of excitement. However, after a struggle in his heart, he finally became quiet. Originally, Xiao Yan wanted to try his luck and see if some of the medicinal ingredients that he needed would appear. Unfortunately, the heavens did not allow Xiao Yan to do as he wished despite his good intentions. The blazing flame flower was an extremely rare medicinal ingredient. Being able to get Xiao Yan to bid for it in this auction could already be considered extremely lucky. However, Xiao Yan's thoughts at this moment were a little greedy. The auction gradually approached its end while Xiao Yan waited in anticipation. At the same time, the value of the auction items that appeared on the auction stage became increasingly high. They had even reached the point where they could be called priceless treasures. At the very least, these things were worthy of being called priceless in the eyes of everyone in the auction ground. At this moment, the many elite Dodi in the private rooms had also taken out their true capital. Round after round of intense competition was carried out like a wildfire. Tens of millions of spirit coins, various rare medicinal ingredients, medicinal pills, and high-class chi methods and dose skills were swiftly being traded like many ordinary goods. Ugh, Xiao Yan sighed softly. He saw that the auction was nearing its end. However, there was still no item that could move him. Xiao Yan felt a little dissatisfied in his heart. Ugh. It's so boring here. Can we go now? Murong Chanqian pouted her small mouth and laid on the armrest with an expressionless face. She asked Xiao Yan in an uninterested manner. Let's wait a little longer. The auction is about to end. Moreover, the blazing flower is still in the auction house. I will only be able to obtain it after the auction ends. For now, just bear with it for a little longer. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan could only bitterly smile and shake his head. As he comforted Murong Chanqian, his gaze once again returned to the light screen. At this moment, on the auction stage, the tempo was rapidly approaching the end. Therefore, all the items that were brought out were some important items. For example, right now, a scroll of high human rank cultivation method was being pushed to the peak by the crowd at a rapid speed like stars surrounding the moon. This scroll was called the Devouring Shadow Skill. It was a darkness affinity chi method. The darkness affinity was relatively rare among all the cultivator affinity. It was also because of this that its value was even more valuable. Within a short moment, this scroll of Devouring Shadow Skill had already been raised to a high price. Its value had already reached the level of tens of millions of spirit coins. Compared to a Do technique of the same class, the value of a Chi method in the eyes of a cultivator was slightly higher. After all, the strength of a Do technique ultimately originated from the foundation of a cultivator. A good Chi method was able to raise the overall strength of a cultivator. Compared to a Do technique, this would undoubtedly cause a cultivator to be even more tempted. Hence, even though the value of this scroll of Devouring Shadow Skill had already been raised to the level of 50 million spirit coins, from the looks of it, it did not seem to have any intention of stopping. This also caused Xiao Yan, who was currently in the private room, to involuntarily let out an exclamation of surprise. Tens of millions of spirit coins. Xiao Yan admitted that he would definitely not be able to exchange for so many spirit coins even if he were to sell all the things he had on him. Yet, those elite Dodi were able to randomly raise such a sky-high price for a scroll of a Chi method. It must be said that this could really be called a heroic spirit that reached the clouds. Even though this was the case, Xiao Yan did not have much interest in this so-called Devouring Shadow Skill. Compared to the former, from the way Xiao Yan saw it, his flame mantra was only superior. Although the current flame mantra could only be called a low human rank Chi method, its growth ability was something that no Chi method in the world could compare with. As long as Xiao Yan was able to obtain a sufficient amount of heavenly flame, that flame mantra could similarly reach the high human rank or even the Xing class Chi method. Of course, the precondition was that Xiao Yan needed to possess a sufficient amount of heavenly flame to raise the level of the flame mantra. Xiao Yan involuntarily nodded violently in his heart when he thought of this. He knew that the only way to allow the flame mantra to evolve was to quickly find the medicinal ingredients needed to refine the ice spirit pill, refine the medicinal pill, and swallow the bone-chilling flame. Although Xiao Yan was extremely unwilling in his heart, he also understood that Gu Yu's intentions were here. If he did not accept it, it would only cause Gu Yu to feel a chill in his heart. At the same time, it would be even more dangerous for him to face the so-called ghost hall. Ever since he had met the first hall master of the ghost hall, Xiao Yan had become increasingly aware of the importance of strength. With the strength of that group, they could easily deal with him. The reason why Xiao Yan was able to survive until now was merely because of Gu Yu within his body. If he wanted to truly protect himself, Xiao Yan needed an even greater strength. The source of this strength was the heavenly flame. Ugh, looks like I need to speed up the search for medicinal ingredients. Currently, I am still lacking 6 medicinal ingredients to refine the ice spirit pill and the ice spirit cold liquid. These 6 medicinal ingredients will be quite troublesome. Xiao Yan frowned slightly. He could not help but feel a pressure in his heart. This was especially so now that he was in the Shilin region. The 4 great sects had once again begun to covet him. It was likely that the entire western region would become his enemy. If he did not possess sufficient strength, it would be impossible for him to survive in front of the 4 great sections. Just by relying on Gu Yu, Xiao Yan no longer had any hope. When he thought that even the spiritual strength that he was so proud of had been borrowed from Gu Yu, Xiao Yan felt ashamed of himself in his heart. Xiao Yan calmed himself. He had just withdrawn his thoughts when a smiling Feng Qian on the auction stage in the outside world once again took out a silver plate. Under the cover of the cloth, no one could see what was placed on the silver plate. However, one could roughly see the outline of the item. The auction item appeared to be square in shape. One could roughly guess that it was a box. The true auction item was likely within that box. At this moment, the expressions on the faces of the elite Do Di in each of the private rooms gradually became solemn. Finally, the thing that they had been waiting for since the beginning had finally appeared. A lovely figure wrapped in a red dress slowly stood up from the chair in a private room. Her pretty eyes revealed an anxious expression. In the other private rooms, the middle-aged man, who had been seated without moving, also slowly stood up at this moment. A glint overflowed from deep within his eyes. Haha, everyone, the next auction item will be the final auction item of this auction. After this auction item is auctioned, this auction will officially end. The old me sincerely hopes that everyone present will be able to return with satisfaction. Hence, everyone must not miss this final auction item. Feng Qian chuckled as he spoke. At the same time, his shriveled hand slowly removed the cloth covering the silver plate. Soon after, a completely white jade box that emitted a sparkling treasure light appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Chapter 533. Blazing Flame Flower. Everyone's eyes focused on the scene displayed on the light screen at this moment. A bright red petal slowly surfaced in front of everyone's eyes like a cluster of flames. Its emerald green roots were like a new bud that emitted a luster. When this flower was exposed in the air, everyone could clearly sense that the temperature of the place had clearly risen following the appearance of this flower. Ha! At this moment, not only were the people in the viewing gallery shocked, but even the few elite Do Di in the private rooms involuntarily revealed a surprise in their eyes when they looked at the flower. To be able to cause a change in the world, this flower was definitely not ordinary. Blazing Flame Flower. It contains an extremely domineering fire attribute energy. Ordinary people wouldn't even be able to touch it. I didn't expect that the news that spread before the auction was actually true. I can't believe that we'll be able to see such a natural wonder at this auction. There was naturally no lack of experienced and knowledgeable people among the bandits. There were already people who had recognized this blazing flame flower the moment they saw it. Immediately, the auction stage once again erupted into an uproar. Although most of the people seated had never personally seen the blazing flame flower, they were extremely familiar with its reputation. This kind of medicinal ingredient was extremely rare. Among all the fire attribute medicinal ingredients, it could be ranked among the top. In the refinement of many high-grade medicinal pills, the blazing flower would be used as the main ingredient. Hence, its value was immeasurable. However, such a precious medicinal ingredient had now appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Who would be willing to miss such an opportunity? Cuckoo, looks like everyone recognizes this flower. That's right, this flower is the blazing flame flower. The old me shall not speak about its medicinal properties for now. I think that everyone seated here should have some understanding of it. In that case, let's not say any more unnecessary words. Everyone, prepare your capital. On the auction stage, Feng Qian's old face was filled with a smile as he looked at the surrounding people in the viewing gallery. His shriveled hand gently stroked his beard as he immediately opened his mouth to speak. Due to the uniqueness of the blazing flame flower, its owner does not intend to auction it using spirit coins. Instead, he hopes that it can be exchanged with items of equal value. Therefore, if anyone here wishes to exchange for it, I hope that you can take out items of equal value. Of course, I will personally appraise its value. Feng Qian's deep gaze slowly swept across the entire place. As Feng Qian's words fell, the originally noisy crowd immediately became much quieter. There was no need to elaborate on the value of the blazing flower. Although there were many items in the world that could be compared to it, there were definitely not many. At the very least, none of the people present had anything that could be used to exchange for the blazing flower. Hee, Feng Qian laughed dryly. Soon after, he turned his gaze towards the private room at the top of the tall platform. At this very moment, it was likely that only the people there had the ability to take him down. Everyone, this blazing flame flower is already more than 1,000 years old. Its medicinal properties can be said to be the best of the best. If it is used to refine an elixir, I believe that the medicinal properties of the refined elixir will increase by quite a lot. There are quite a number of alchemists among the people seated here. This blazing flame flower is extremely suitable for all of you. After all, the first thing to judge the quality of an elixir is the medicinal ingredients used in the refinement of the elixir. I believe that there is no need for me to explain this point. All of the alchemists here should be able to understand this. As Feng Qian's words fell, his pair of muddy old eyes slowly swept across some of the people in the viewing gallery. His old face was filled with smiles. All of the people that he was looking at were alchemists. Among them, there were even a few rank 2 alchemists. At the same time, even Su Songming, who had a conflict with Xiao Yan 2 days ago, was also present. Everyone, please. Feng Qian's footsteps slowly took half a step to the side as he raised his hand with a smile. His hand pointed at the blazing flame flower placed on the silver plate. His gaze once again swept across the entire place as he laughed. As Feng Qian's words fell, everyone in the auction ground gradually became silent. Only an extremely small portion of people would throw greedy gazes at the blazing flame flower. Feng Qian on the auction stage was not surprised by this. After all, compared to an ordinary qi method or dou technique, the attraction of medicinal ingredients was only aimed at alchemists. An ordinary person would not be interested in it. I am willing to offer 3 rank 2 medicinal pills in exchange for the blazing flame flower. The silent atmosphere in the auction ground continued for a short moment before a gray-robed old man in the viewing gallery slowly stood up from his seat. His old and hoarse voice reverberated across the entire auction ground, causing everyone's gazes to involuntarily look towards the gray-robed old man at this moment. I am willing to offer 4 D-tier medicinal pills. Humph. All of you are actually only willing to offer this little amount for such a good medicinal ingredient. How unsightly. The old me is willing to offer 7D tier medicinal pills. Today, this blazing flame flower will definitely land in my hands. 8. Soon after, another bid that was unwilling to be left behind sounded. Following which, a continuous barrage of bids rose and fell in succession as they swiftly resounded unceasingly in the auction ground. Within a short moment, the price of the blazing flame flower had already risen from 8D tier medicinal pills to the frightening level of 13D tier medicinal pills. Everyone on the stage couldn't help but feel a wave of shock as they listened to the bids that were being shouted one after another in the arena. 13D tier medicinal pills. If they were to be auctioned, their value would far exceed 10 million spirit coins. However, even though this was the case, the number of people shouting to bid increased. At the same time, the price of the blazing flame flower also swiftly rose. 20D tier medicinal pills. The old me is determined to obtain this blazing flame flower. Let's see who dares to compete with me. However, at a certain moment, Su Songming, who had been quietly sitting in the VIP seats at the front of the viewing platform, suddenly slammed his shriveled hand viciously against the armrest. As the chair beneath him exploded, his entire body instantly stood up. A pair of stern eyes contained an ominous glint as they slowly swept across the entire auction ground. Anyone who met his gaze hurriedly averted their eyes. Most of the people present had heard of Su Songming's name and were naturally not unfamiliar with him. Moreover, he was a member of the Alchemist Alliance and there were even more people who knew of him. At this moment, when Su Songming appeared, most of the alchemists present could not help but shut their mouths. Even though there was no lack of Tier 2 alchemists present, they were still slightly inferior when compared to Su Songming. After all, Su Songming was about to break through to a Tier 3 alchemist. This news had already spread throughout the entire Yen city 2 days ago. At this moment, anyone who met his gaze was extremely fearful of him. Otherwise, how could they so easily let go of this blazing flame flower? Su Songming, this is my Heavenly Clouds auction house. Don't you think your actions are a little overboard? Feng Qian had also heard that the former was about to break through to a Tier 3 alchemist. However, his words were still not the slightest bit courteous. Others might be afraid of a Tier 3 alchemist, but he was not. As for the Alchemist Alliance, his Heavenly Clouds auction house was even more fearless. Hence, his words were naturally not courteous. Manager Feng, I am only competing in a normal manner. I do not have any intention of forcefully monopolizing it. Of course, if any of the friends present still wishes to continue, feel free to raise the price. However, I believe that none of the alchemist friends present will be able to bid more than my 20 Emperor tier pills. When he heard these words, Su Songming laughed out loud. It was as if he had already expected this. Once he spoke, most of the alchemists present helplessly lowered their heads. Even though some of them wanted to compete with him, when they thought of the latter's background, they could not help but sigh and withdraw their gazes. When he saw this, the expression on Su Songming's old face became even more insolent. He looked at Feng Qian with a ferocious smile and laughed. How is it? Manager Feng, I believe that none of the alchemists present can offer a higher price than me. Of course, if there is someone who can offer a higher price than me, I will immediately turn around and leave. When Su Songming's words came out, Feng Qian narrowed his old eyes and sneered. He slowly lifted his turbid eyes and looked at Xiao Yan's private room. He believed that as long as Xiao Yan was willing to step in, even if Su Songming had the support of the Alchemist Alliance, he would not be able to do anything to him. At the same time, Su Songming seemed to have discovered Feng Qian's intention. Immediately, the expression on his face changed slightly. He hurriedly lifted his head and looked at Xiao Yan's private room. He knew that things were not going well. If Xiao Yan really stepped in, it was likely that he would not be able to obtain the blazing flower today. When he thought of this, hatred involuntarily surged in Su Songming's heart. However, at this moment, Xiao Yan's figure once again slowly appeared outside the private room. When Feng Qian saw this, the expression on his old face instantly became pleasantly surprised. Since Xiao Yan had stepped in, Su Songming could only return regretfully. Feng Qian did not have a good impression of this old fellow. Now that he had done this in his own territory, Feng Qian was naturally displeased. If it were not for the auction, Feng Qian would have already attacked Su Songming. When he saw Xiao Yan step in, Su Songming's expression could not help but quickly become gloomy. Bastard! Don't tell me that this fellow is really going to spoil my plans. However, just as Feng Qian's face was filled with surprise and Su Songming's gloomy face was cursing Xiao Yan, a helpless expression appeared on Xiao Yan's face. His gaze swept across Feng Qian and Su Songming below, and a light flashed in the depths of his eyes. Soon after, he sighed, shook his head, and said helplessly, "Sorry, 20 Emperor-grade elixirs. I don't have them." Chapter 534. No. When Xiao Yan's words sounded, the entire place instantly turned silent. At this moment, even Feng Qian, who was on the auction stage below, and Su Songming, who was standing on the viewing gallery, could not help but tremble slightly. The expressions on the two old men's faces instantly froze. No matter what, the two of them did not expect that Xiao Yan would actually say such words that would shock the entire place. At the same time, they were not the only ones. Even the expressions on the faces of the other alchemists on the viewing gallery, as well as the group of half-emperors, were extremely interesting at this moment. The words that Xiao Yan had said at this moment could be said to be the weirdest joke that everyone present had ever heard. A rank 3 alchemist actually did not have as many medicinal pills as a rank 2 alchemist. If news of this matter were to spread, everyone would laugh their heads off. Ha 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 ha. After being stunned for a moment, an earth-shaking loud laughter suddenly rang out from the viewing gallery. There was no need to think too much. At this moment, the only person who could laugh out loud was likely Su Songming. Humph humph, looks like this old man is determined to obtain this blazing flame flower. Since no one is going to bid against this old man, Manager Fong, please make the final decision. Su Songming sneered as he lifted his eyes to look at Xiao Yan, who was standing in the sky. He did not expect that the worries in his heart were actually groundless. Feng Qian acted as though he did not hear Su Songming's cold laughter. At this moment, his pair of turbid old eyes were firmly staring at Xiao Yan. His heart did not dare to believe that as a rank 3 alchemist, Xiao Yan would easily lose to someone like Su Songming. Unfortunately, Xiao Yan, who was standing in the sky, had his eyebrows tightly knitted together since the beginning. The expression on his face did not relax at all. It was as if he was helpless and anxious, but also as if he was thinking about something. However, in the end, Xiao Yan still did not give an answer. This caused Feng Qian, who was standing on the auction stage below, to involuntarily feel a little disappointed. Even the crowd in the viewing gallery could not help but throw a disappointed gaze at Xiao Yan. Sighing helplessly in his heart, Feng Qian could only look at Su Songming with a heart full of disappointment. Helplessly, the rules of the auction house were like this. No matter who the guest was, as long as he had the ability to win the auction item would belong to him. This rule was something that Feng Qian could not change even though he was an elite Dodi. The expression on his old face gradually turned gloomy. It was not until a long time later that Feng Qian once again raised his eyes to look at Su Songming. He paused for a long time before he slowly opened his mouth. Every word sounded as if it was squeezed out from between his teeth. His tone was stiff as he said, "Su Songming has offered 20 Emperor-grade pills in exchange for the blazing flower. Is there anyone willing to offer a higher price?" Su Songming had a victorious expression on his face. His thin lips curled into a cold smile that was as sharp as a blade. The resentment that he had accumulated because of Xiao Yan 2 days ago seemed to have disappeared at this moment. As expected, there isn't any, the soft voice was almost inaudible. The atmosphere within the auction house had also become pressuring. It was as though there was a thick dark cloud covering everyone's heads. However, just as Feng Qian was about to speak again with a helpless face, Xiao Yan, who was high up in the sky, slowly raised his head. The corner of his mouth was slowly lifted into a playful smile. A pair of dark black eyes looked at Feng Qian, who was on the auction stage below. At the same time, the latter seemed to have sensed something. His brows, which were filled with wrinkles, were lifted violently. His turbid old eyes were instantly lifted. His gaze was like a sword as it instantly looked at Xiao Yan. Ha! Feng Qian's old face was slightly stunned when he saw the smile that was revealed on the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth. Immediately, he seemed to have recalled something. The gloomy expression on his old face instantly disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by a joyous expression. Good brat. You have really made the old me worry for nothing. While he laughed and scolded Xiao Yan in his heart, a joyous smile appeared on Feng Qian's old face. At the same time, Su Songming and the others in the stands also simultaneously shot their gazes towards Xiao Yan because of the change in expression on Feng Qian's old face. When everyone saw the smile that was lifted from the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth, the expressions on everyone's faces were involuntarily a little stunned. Immediately, they threw their pitiful gazes towards Su Songming in front of the viewing gallery. Looking at Xiao Yan's expression, it was obvious that they could not completely believe what he had said previously. Since that was the case, this time, Su Songming was really going to fail miserably. Humph. Brat, stop trying to act mysterious. If you can't produce the medicinal pill, don't even think about fighting with me for this blazing flower. Seeing the confident manner on Xiao Yan's face, Su Songming's heart was suddenly shocked. His body, which was standing in the same spot, could not help but tremble. Finally, he could not resist shouting sternly at Xiao Yan. He did not believe that Xiao Yan could not produce an emperor-grade medicinal pill. What right did he have to compete with him? Unless Xiao Yan's previous words were all lies and he was simply deceiving the crowd. You are right. I really can't produce a medicinal pill, however. Xiao Yan's following words caused the crowd to be stunned once again. Since he did not have a medicinal pill, how could Xiao Yan compete with Su Songming? Ha 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 ha. When he heard Xiao Yan's words, Su Songming could not help but laugh out loud again. On the auction stage, Feng Qian narrowed his old eyes and stared at Xiao Yan with his turbid old eyes. His eyes flickered as if he had already guessed something. May I ask Manager Feng Qian if this blazing flower can only be exchanged with medicinal pills? Xiao Yan smiled and ignored Su Songming. Instead, he looked at Feng Qian and smiled as he cupped his hands together and asked. Haha, of course not. I have already said that as long as you can produce something of equivalent value, you can use it to auction this blazing flower. The expression in Su Songming's eyes suddenly solidified when he heard the words from the mouths of the two. At the same time, everyone on the stage appeared to have heard something from Xiao Yan's words. All of their eyes immediately revealed a curious expression. Could it be that this black-robed, young man in front of them could really take out something of equal value to the Jinyan flower? Under the astonished gazes of everyone present, the smile on Xiao Yan's lips grew even wider. His gaze calmly swept over Su Songming below as the corners of his mouth curled, revealing a row of spotlessly white teeth. In Su Songming's eyes, this appearance was akin to a cold sharp blade being waved at him. In the air, Xiao Yan slowly extended one of his hands towards the empty space in front of him. Immediately, under the focused gazes of everyone present, a thought passed through his mind. In the next instant, an emerald green flowing light swiftly flashed in Xiao Yan's palm. Immediately, an emerald green fan leaf the size of a wash basin appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Looking at this fan leaf, it was undoubtedly a 1,000-fan leaf. Chapter 535. This is the 1,000-fan leaf. The pupils of most of the people present involuntarily shrunk when they saw the 1,000-fan leaf. Even the elite Do Di in the other private rooms in Dong Chuan, who was standing at the side of the viewing gallery, could not help but have a slight change in expression. A pair of sharp eyes instantly stared at the 1,000-fan leaf in Xiaoyan's hand. That's right. This is indeed the 1,000-fan leaf. However, it is strange. This 1,000-fan leaf has always been that woman Jin Yao's treasure. Outsiders are not even allowed to touch it. How can it appear in this little fellow's hands at this moment? Dong Chuan's eyes were filled with doubt as he stared at the 1,000-fan leaf in Xiaoyan's hand. He could not help but curse in his heart. He naturally had some understanding of the matter regarding the 1,000-fan tree. In his heart, he understood that Jin Yao valued the 1,000-fan tree greatly. Other than herself, no one else was allowed to touch it, much less pluck the leaves from the 1,000-fan tree. Even though the 1,000-fan tree had withered and died, Jin Yao still viewed it as her exclusive property. However, the 1,000-fan leaf had appeared in Xiaoyan's hand. This involuntarily caused a feeling of surprise to rise in the hearts of everyone present. Dong Chuan's sharp eyes suddenly turned. He raised his eyes and looked at a certain private room in the auction ground. That place was where Jin Yao was located. Being in Yen City and being a Do Di, Jin Yao would naturally not miss out on such a grand auction. At this moment, a curvaceous beauty wearing a tight red dress was seated in the private room. A pair of long beautiful eyes involuntarily revealed an expression of surprise when they looked at Xiaoyan on the light screen in front of her. Her tender and beautiful red lips trembled slightly. Her white hand was gently pressed against her chest. Following Jin Yao's breathing, the pair of snow-white peaks in front of her chest appeared even fuller. Under the contrast of her red dress, the current Jin Yao caused one to feel a suffocating feeling just by looking at her. This guy, he actually managed to push the sprout to such an extent in just 2 days. The soft voice from her mouth caused the surrounding empty space to tremble slightly. However, Jin Yao was unaware that the 1,000-fan leaf in Xiaoyan's hand was the tender shoot from 2 days ago. In reality, that tender shoot had already turned into a large tree that was similar to Jin Yao's 1,000-fan tree under the catalysis of Guyu. This 1,000-fan leaf had been plucked from it. During these 2 days, Xiaoyan had continuously squandered the Do Qi within his body. Guyu, on the other hand, controlled the life flame and unleashed its greatest strength. Hard work paid off. After 2 days, Xiaoyan had obtained 2,000 fan leaves that were over 1,000 years old and even more 1,000 fan leaves that were less than 1,000 years old. The one who benefited the most was naturally the parent body of these 1,000 fan leaves. Xiaoyan currently possessed a 1,000-fan tree that belonged to him. The trip to the 1,000 medicinal house had allowed Xiaoyan to earn a lot. The 1,000-fan leaf in his hand was one of the 2,000 fan leaves that he possessed. Of course, all of this was due to Guyu. If Guyu had not intervened, it was likely that Xiaoyan would not have been able to catalyze a 1,000-fan leaf that was over 1,000 years old within 2 days even if he used all his strength. A 1,000-fan leaf that was over 1,000 years old was something that could even tempt an elite Do Di. Now that Xiaoyan had taken out a 1,000-fan leaf, the elite Do Di present immediately threw numerous greedy eyes toward the 1,000-fan leaf in Xiaoyan's hand. Humph! Xiaoyan in the sky suddenly emitted a cold snort from his nose when he sensed the overflowing aura within the bodies of everyone present. At the same time, his body suddenly shook. A thought passed through his mind and a frighteningly vast spiritual pressure between his brows immediately turned into an invisible spiritual wave. It swept over the entire auction ground in all directions. In the blink of an eye, it caused the expressions of everyone present to drastically change. The frightening spiritual pressure was just like an enormous mountain that pressed down on the heads of everyone present under the control of Xiaoyan's mind. The extremely frightening aura caused everyone present to be unable to breathe. Some of the weaker ones even felt giddy and fainted. At this moment, the expressions on the faces of the elite Do-di in the private rooms changed. However, without exception, all of them felt a sullenness toward the current Xiao Yan. Only at this moment did they recall that this black-robed, young man standing in front of them was not only a 6-star bandit. He was also a rank 3 alchemist who would cause even an elite Do-di to feel fear in their hearts when they met him. They couldn't afford to underestimate this kind of person at all. Su Songming's expression was extremely gloomy as he stood in the viewing gallery. He resisted the frightening spiritual pressure that was transmitted from above his head. He had never expected that Xiao Yan would actually be able to take out 1,000 fan leaf. Regardless of how unwilling Su Songming was in his heart, he could only bitterly return. Cuckoo, mister, there will definitely not be any forceful robbery within my Heavenly Cloud auction house. You can rest assured about this. Therefore, I hope that you can withdraw your spiritual strength. After all, this auction still needs to continue. At this moment, Feng Qian's warm laughter was faintly transmitted over. It was like the sound of an ancient bell that reverberated throughout the auction ground. Xiao Yan only withdrew his gaze after hearing Feng Qian's words. Coincidentally, he saw the latter looking at him with a smile. The latter cupped his hands together and cupped them toward him. Immediately, Xiao Yan nodded slightly. A thought passed through his mind and he withdrew the spiritual strength that had spread out. Since Feng Qian had already given him a way out, Xiao Yan would naturally not continue to ask for a rebuff. Currently, he had already achieved the deterrence effect that he wanted. He believed that these Do-di would not easily have any ideas about him. As for those Bandi experts, Xiao Yan was even less concerned about them. With the strength that he currently possessed, other than experts at the Do-di class and above, Xiao Yan was already unconcerned about an ordinary Bandi. Cuckoo, everyone, is there anyone who is willing to bid a higher price than this mister? If there is no one, the old me will announce that the winner of today's auction is this mister. At this moment, Feng Qian's old face was filled with a smile. Su Songming's defeat seemed to be something that caused him to feel quite happy. Humph. Su Songming involuntarily snorted angrily when he heard these words. Although his heart was filled with an unjust feeling, he could not vent the anger in his heart. In front of Xiao Yan, regardless of how mighty he was in the past, it was difficult for him to block the latter's dazzling brilliance. After a series of curses in his heart, Su Songming could only leave the auction house with an ashen face. He angrily waved his sleeves and left the auction house. As for the people on the stage, their thoughts had already forgotten about Su Songming because of Xiao Yan. Even his departure was not known by anyone. The smile that was lifted on the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth within the private room gradually widened. Finally, he could not resist laughing out loud. This caused Murong Qianqian's pretty face to involuntarily reveal a joyous smile. Soon after, a new round of auctions began in the outside world. After the matter of the Xinyan flower, the atmosphere in the auction ground had become increasingly high. As one auction item after another was brought onto the stage, the emotions of the people in the viewing gallery also became increasingly excited. At the same time, the smile on Feng Qian's old face also became increasingly cheerful. Although there were some elite Do-di within the private room who competed, they were still in the minority. At a certain moment, a middle-aged man, whose eyes had been tightly shut in a certain private room that had been quiet for a long time, finally slowly opened his eyes. At the same time, a sharp overbearing cold glint flashed deep within his eyes. The instant the middle-aged man opened his eyes, one could see that the empty space around him involuntarily trembled. How is the investigation going? Not the slightest emotion could be heard from his calm voice. However, it was sufficient to cause the empty space to tremble until it was on the verge of collapsing. Clan Head, this subordinate's investigation is exactly the same as what Clan Head had predicted. These two people came from the east. Based on the time, they arrived here from Sulan City 2 days ago. We can be certain that the two people that ancestor has mentioned are them. Creak, as the soft voice sounded, the pair of white hands under the sleeves of the middle-aged man suddenly tightened. An uncontrollable killing intent crazily surged out from his eyes. Clan head, do you want to withdraw? This is the territory of the Tianyun auction house. In this place, even the people from the four great sects cannot easily attack, much less us. Wait. Once the auction is over, this clan head will personally meet this rank 3 alchemist. Chapter 536. The fiery atmosphere of the auction continued. After the blazing flame flower was auctioned off, Xiao Yan in the private room rarely called out a price. Xiao Yan's main objective for this trip had been completed after obtaining the blazing flame flower. Xiao Yan was not interested in anything else. Secondly, he did not have much capital left. It was not easy to catalyze 2,000 fan leaves. Moreover, it was all thanks to Guyu. If it was possible, Xiao Yan hoped to keep the remaining 1,000 fan leaves so that he could use it to refine pills in the future. Even with Xiao Yan's mental strength, he could not help but feel shocked at the large scale of the auction this time around as the dazzling auction items flowed out one by one from the auction stage. The rarity of some of the auction items during this auction caused Xiao Yan to involuntarily feel a rush of excitement. However, after a struggle in his heart, he finally became quiet. Originally, Xiao Yan wanted to try his luck and see if some of the medicinal ingredients that he needed would appear. Unfortunately, the heavens did not allow Xiao Yan to do as he wished despite his good intentions. The blazing flame flower was an extremely rare medicinal ingredient. Being able to get Xiao Yan to bid for it in this auction could already be considered extremely lucky. However, Xiao Yan's thoughts at this moment were a little greedy. The auction gradually approached its end while Xiao Yan waited in anticipation. At the same time, the value of the auction items that appeared on the auction stage became increasingly high. They had even reached the point where they could be called priceless treasures. At the very least, these things could be called priceless in the eyes of everyone in the auction ground. At this moment, the many elite Dodi in the private rooms had also taken out their true capital. Round after round of intense competition was carried out in an intense manner. Tens of millions of spirit coins, various precious medicinal ingredients, medicinal pills, and high-class chi methods and dose skills were swiftly being traded like many ordinary goods. Ugh, Xiao Yan softly sighed. He saw that the auction was nearing its end. However, there was still no item that could move him. Xiao Yan felt a little dissatisfied in his heart. Ugh, this place is really boring. Can we leave? Murong Qianqian pouted her small mouth. Her pretty face was listless as she leaned on the armrest. She asked Xiao Yan in a bored manner. Let's wait a little longer. The auction is about to end. Moreover, the blazing flame flower is still in the auction house. I will only be able to obtain it after the auction is over. You should just endure a little longer for now. Xiao Yan could only bitterly smile and shake his head when he heard this. Xiao Yan comforted Murong Qianqian. At the same time, his eyes once again. At this moment, on the auction stage, the tempo was rapidly approaching the end. Therefore, all the items that were brought out were some important items. For example, right now, a scroll of high human rank cultivation method was being pushed to the peak by the crowd like stars surrounding the moon. This chi method was called the devouring shadow skill. It was a darkness affinity chi method. The darkness affinity was relatively rare among all the cultivator affinity. It was also because of this that its value was even more valuable. Within a short moment, this devouring shadow skill scroll had already been raised to a high price. Its value had already reached the level of tens of millions of spirit coins. Compared to a Do technique of the same class, the value of a Chi method was slightly higher in the eyes of a cultivator. After all, the strength of a Do technique ultimately originated from the foundation of a cultivator. A good chi method was able to raise the overall strength of a cultivator. Compared to a do technique, this would undoubtedly cause a cultivator to be more interested. Hence, even though the value of this devouring shadow skill scroll had already been raised to the level of 50 million spirit coins, from the looks of it, it did not seem to have any intention of stopping. This also caused Xiao Yan, who was currently in the private room, to involuntarily let out an exclamation of surprise. Tens of millions of spirit coins. Xiao Yan admitted that he would definitely not be able to exchange for so many spirit coins even if he sold all the things he had on him. Yet, those elite Do-Di were able to randomly raise such a sky-high price for a scroll of a chi method. It must be said that this could really be called a heroic spirit that reached the clouds. Even though this was the case, Xiao Yan did not have much interest in this so-called devouring shadow skill. Compared to the former, from the way Xiao Yan saw it, his flame mantra was only superior. Although the current flame mantra could only be called a low human class chi method, its growth ability was something that no chi method in this world could compare with. As long as Xiao Yan was able to obtain a sufficient amount of heavenly flame, that flame mantra could similarly reach the high human class or even the Xing class chi method. Of course, the precondition was that Xiao Yan needed to possess a sufficient amount of heavenly flame to raise the level of the flame mantra. Xiao Yan involuntarily nodded violently in his heart when he thought of this. He knew that the only way to allow the flame mantra to evolve was to quickly find the medicinal ingredients needed to refine the ice spirit pill, refine the medicinal pill, and swallow the bone-chilling flame. Although Xiao Yan was extremely unwilling in his heart, he also understood that Gu Yu's intentions were here. If he did not accept it, it would only cause Gu Yu to feel a chill in his heart. At the same time, it would be even more dangerous for him to face the so-called ghost hall. Ever since he had met the first hall master of the ghost hall, Xiao Yan had become increasingly aware of the importance of strength. With the strength of that group, they could easily deal with him. The reason why Xiao Yan was able to survive until now was merely because of Gu Yu within his body. If he wanted to truly protect himself, Xiao Yan needed an even greater strength. The source of this strength was the heavenly flame. Ugh, looks like I need to speed up the search for medicinal ingredients. Currently, I am still lacking 6 medicinal ingredients to refine the ice spirit pill and the ice spirit cold liquid. These 6 medicinal ingredients will be quite troublesome. Xiao Yan frowned slightly. He could not help but feel a pressure in his heart. This was especially so now that he was in the Shilin region. The 4 great sects had once again begun to covet him. It was likely that the entire western region would become his enemy. If he did not possess sufficient strength, it would be impossible for him to survive in front of the 4 great sections. Just by relying on Gu Yu, Xiao Yan no longer had any hope. When he thought that even the spiritual strength that he was so proud of had been borrowed from Gu Yu, Xiao Yan felt ashamed of himself in his heart. Xiao Yan calmed his mind. He had just withdrawn his thoughts when Fang Qian, whose face was filled with smiles, once again took out a silver plate on the auction stage in the outside world. Under the cover of the cloth, no one could see what was placed on the silver plate. However, one could roughly see the outline of the thing. The auction item appeared to be square in shape. One could roughly guess that it was a box. The true auction item was likely within that box. At this moment, the expressions on the faces of the elite Do-Di in each of the private rooms gradually became solemn. Finally, the thing that they had been waiting for since the beginning had finally appeared. A lovely figure wrapped in a red dress slowly stood up from the chair in a private room. Her pretty eyes revealed an anxious expression. In the other private rooms, the middle-aged man, who had been seated without moving, also slowly stood up at this moment. A glint overflowed from deep within his eyes. Haha, everyone, the next auction item will be the final auction item of this auction. After this auction item is auctioned, this auction will officially end. The old me sincerely hopes that everyone present will be able to return with satisfaction. Hence, everyone must not miss this final auction item. Feng Qian chuckled as he spoke. At the same time, his shriveled hand slowly removed the cloth covering the silver plate. Soon after, a completely white jade box that emitted a sparkling treasure light appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Chapter 537. Following the removal of the cloth, a completely white square jade box was slowly exposed in the air. At the same time, the gazes of everyone in the auction ground were attracted by the jade box that had appeared in front of them. Soon after, however, everyone in the auction ground involuntarily frowned. Although they could see that the material of this jade box was extraordinary, at the same time, they also knew that this thing was not the true auction item. This so-called final item should be the thing that was placed within this jade box. Feng Qian's old face once again revealed a kind smile in front of the numerous gazes in the auction ground. Immediately, his deep gaze slowly swept over the few private rooms above. His turbid old eyes overflowed with a glow. He knew that the reason why this group of people had come to participate in this auction was most likely because of the thing within this jade box. Currently, the auction had already reached its final moments. This group of people would definitely take out their true capital to fight for the item within this jade box. At the same time, Xiao Yan, who was currently standing within the private room, also involuntarily knit his brows. With the current Xiao Yan's spiritual strength, he naturally sensed the unusual movements of the auras within the other few private rooms. Immediately, Xiao Yan's expression involuntarily solidified. His heart was surprised. The thing within this jade box was actually able to cause these elite deities' expressions to involuntarily change. By being able to be auctioned as the final item in an auction of this level, it was likely that this item was not ordinary. Cuckoo, everyone, the final auction item is within this jade box. Now, the old me can clearly tell everyone that this auction item is a medicinal pill. Feng Qian's hand gently stroked his white beard as he stood on the auction stage. At the same time, his mouth laughed as he spoke. The moment Feng Qian's words left his mouth, the expressions on everyone's faces involuntarily became slightly startled. Immediately, they looked at Feng Qian with strange expressions. They did not expect that the final item would actually be a medicinal pill. At the same time, Xiao Yan, who was in the private room, could not help but feel astonished. He had also not expected that the final auction item would actually be an elixir. Of course, Xiao Yan would not treat this medicinal pill as an ordinary D-tier medicinal pill. After all, how could this medicinal pill be an ordinary item if it could be used as the final item of the auction? It was likely that this medicinal pill had at the very least reached the level of a Tier 3 medicinal pill. A stern expression involuntarily flashed across Xiao Yan's dark black eyes when he thought of this. It seemed that the ultimate goal of these elite dou-di in this auction was this medicinal pill. A Tier 3 medicinal pill was something that was truly worthy of an elite dou-di taking action. It was no wonder that the aura of these fellows had soared when they saw this jade box. Soon after, under the suspicious gazes of the crowd, Feng Qian, who was on the auction stage, extended his shriveled hand once again and slowly covered the jade box. After which, he carefully opened it. When a crack line was gradually widened along the edge of the jade box, threads of cloud-like pill fragrance seeped out from within the jade box. The dense pill fragrance swiftly filled the entire auction ground. After everyone present smelled this pill fragrance, the expressions on their faces instantly became shocked. After the pill fragrance entered their bodies, they could actually clearly sense the dou-qi within their bodies faintly showing signs of rising under the influence of this pill fragrance. This kind of change was something that they would not be able to see even after training for an entire year. Even some of the elite Bandi experts present, who were originally on the verge of breaking through, felt their dou-qi, which had been stagnant, suddenly appear as though a tightly shut door had been opened at this moment. The aura within their bodies instantly became violent. Clearly, it was time for them to break through. What kind of medicinal pill is this? It is actually able to trigger my cultivation. At this moment, numerous exclamations that were filled with shock sounded one after another in the auction ground. Shock was written all over everyone's faces. At the same time, as they looked at the jade box that was being slowly opened on the auction stage, a deep greed involuntarily surged from the deep regions of their eyes. There were even some people who had already raised the do qi within their bodies, appearing as though they were accumulating strength and waiting to attack. Humph. However, at a certain moment, a thunder-like cold snort suddenly sounded within this enormous auction ground, causing everyone present to instantly recover. Everyone, please abide by the rules of my auction ground. Otherwise, do not blame me for being merciless. Dong Chuan's figure slowly surfaced on the auction stage after this indifferent voice was emitted. Both of his hands were crossed over his chest. His face was overbearing as he stood by the side of the crystal pillar. His sharp and overbearing gaze slowly swept over everyone present. This was especially the case when his gaze swept over those private rooms above the auction ground. The expression in his eyes became even sharper. Noticing Dong Chuan's gaze, a low snort with different tones was emitted from within those few private rooms. Immediately, they quickly became silent. Only Xiao Yan and Murong Qianqian by his side in the private room had their eyes widened. Both of their eyes stared intently at the round medicinal pill that was slowly being exposed in the air. The entire medicinal pill was the size of a longan fruit. Its entire body was mainly icy blue in color. There were also some dense white lines that were like flowing water mixed within it. The two intertwined with each other, causing the entire medicinal pill to appear extremely beautiful. The medicinal pill was indeed beautiful. However, at the same time, Xiao Yan was also able to sense the frightening medicinal strength contained within it with his naked eye. That medicinal strength was definitely not something that an ordinary Tier 2 medicinal pill could compare with. Is this a Tier 3 medicinal pill? Xiao Yan's pupils shrunk slightly as he involuntarily exclaimed in surprise in his heart. However, in the next moment, Feng Qian on the auction stage once again opened his mouth. Ha, everyone, this medicinal pill is called the Extreme Change Pill. May I know if anyone here recognizes it? Narrowing his eyes, Feng Qian had a bright smile on his face as he surveyed his surroundings. However, after one round, the gazes of everyone present involuntarily turned away when they came into contact with him. Clearly, no one present knew anything about this so-called extreme transformation pill. Ha, it's fine if you don't recognize it. As long as this old man introduces it, I believe that everyone will recognize it. With a faint smile, Feng Qian's turbid old eyes once again slowly swept over everyone present. He glanced at those private rooms before opening his mouth to speak with a smile. Extreme Change Pill, Tier 4 Medicinal Pill. Chapter 538. Extreme Transformation Pill, Rank 4 Medicinal Pill. Feng Qian had yet to completely spit out the words from his mouth when the expressions of everyone in the auction ground instantly changed. Other than those few elite Do Di, who had clearly predicted this, even Xiao Yan, who was currently in the private room, had an expression of surprise on his face. Xiao Yan's heart was also filled with shock when he heard Feng Qian's words. No matter how he thought about it, he did not expect that this extreme transformation pill was actually a rank 4 medicinal pill. Rank 4, Xiao Yan softly muttered these two words in his mouth. The expression on his face became increasingly shocked. At the same time, his body, which was originally curled up in the chair, had unknowingly stood up. At this very moment, even Murong Qianqian, who was beside Xiao Yan, had a bored expression on her pretty face. At this moment, she also revealed an incomparably shocked expression. In the outside world, everyone, who had already been shocked by Dong Chuan's aura, were like numerous statues at this moment as they stood in their original spots in a daze. Everyone's ears were still reverberating the words from Feng Qian's mouth like a bell. Extreme Transformation Pill, Rank 4 Medicinal Pill. As for the various elite Do Di within the private room, their faces also revealed an excited expression that was difficult to suppress. After waiting for so long until the end of the auction, the thing that they had painstakingly waited for was finally completely revealed in front of them. Haha, is this the extreme transformation pill? A rank 4 medicinal pill is indeed extraordinary. Within the private room, the red-dressed Jin Yao's pretty eyes stared at the blue and white medicinal pill within the jade box. Her nimble nose gently inhaled the faint pill fragrance that was transmitted from the air as she muttered with an intoxicated face. At this moment, the appearance of Jin Yao caused people to be even more moved when they saw it. Extreme transformation pill. This medicinal pill is something that this clan head wants. In another empty private room, a middle-aged man stood straight in front of the light curtain. The 5 fingers of his large hand were spread open. His palm faced the extreme transformation pill that was displayed on the light curtain. It was as though he wanted to hold it in his palm. A pair of silver-white eyes revealed a viciousness. At the same time, the greedy expression under it could not be hidden. The do qi within his body had already circulated to every part of the middle-aged man's body without him noticing. An invisible force and pressure faintly spread out from his body, causing the empty space around the middle-aged man to tremble. At the same time, the same situation was occurring in the other private rooms. On the auction stage, Feng Qian's face was filled with smiles as he looked at the many statue-like figures in the viewing gallery. His turbid eyes as they swept over the private rooms. He paused for a moment before he opened his mouth to speak. Cuckoo, Ultimate Transformation Pill, a rank 4 medicinal pill. Its effect is to raise the strength of a Do D class expert. As he spoke, Feng Qian's gaze landed on the private rooms again. Hiss, the expression of Xiao Yan in the private room suddenly changed when Feng Qian's words were uttered. His mouth involuntarily inhaled a breath of cool air. Only at this moment did Xiao Yan completely understand in his heart. No wonder these people would be moved by this extreme transformation pill. It was not only because the latter was a rank 4 medicinal pill. The greater reason was likely its frightening effect of raising the strength of an elite Do D. Everyone knew that once one's strength reached the Do D class, it was increasingly difficult to increase one's strength. Compared to the Ban D class, it was even more difficult to raise the strength of an elite Do D. An ordinary Ban D would be able to raise his strength by 1 star every 1 to 200 years as long as his training talent was passable. However, it was different for an elite Do D. Even 2 people with similar training talent might not be able to raise their strength by 1 star if one was a Ban D and the other was an elite Do D, even if one undertook a retreat to train for hundreds of years. It was likely that one would not even be able to raise his strength by a single star. Yet, at this moment, just a small medicinal pill was able to raise one's strength. It was likely that no one would be willing to miss out on such a good thing. After Feng Qian's words sounded, the expressions on the faces of the elite Do D in the private room became stern. They understood in their hearts that it was likely that they would not be able to avoid experiencing a bidding war where all of them would fight for the right to understand. Of course, although the extreme transformation pill is able to raise the strength of an elite Do D class expert, there is a certain limit to it. There are also quite a number of possibilities. The old me still needs to inform everyone about this point in advance. Feng Qian's gaze looked all around him on the auction stage. He immediately opened his mouth and said, "The extreme transformation pill may be able to raise the strength of an elite Do D class expert, but at the same time, it also has its own flaw." Feng Qian gently stroked his beard with one hand. At the same time, he carelessly closed the jade box that he had opened. After the effect of the extreme transformation pill is completely unleashed, it is at the very most able to raise the strength of an elite Do D class expert by 1 star. At the same time, it is extremely likely that it will only raise the strength of an initial 1-star Ban D Do D to an intermediate 1-star Do D. Of course, this is only the second possibility. As for the third possibility, it is also an outcome that no one wishes to see. Perhaps, after you swallow the extreme transformation pill, the medicinal properties of the pill will be completely submerged. Even the slight increase in strength will not be able to help you raise it. In the end, Feng Qian acted as if he was sighing. His mouth clicked its tongue as he shook his head and sighed softly. In conclusion, the extreme transformation pill has a 1/3 chance of being able to raise the strength of an elite Do D class expert by 1 star or a slight increase in strength. It might also be completely useless. When these words of Feng Qian were spoken, the expressions of the elite Do D in the private room involuntarily changed. All of them frowned and a worried expression was revealed between their brows. This was something that even they were unaware of. If it was really as Feng Qian had said, even if they managed to auction off this extreme transformation pill, there was only a 1/3 chance that it would raise their strength. If it was really able to raise their strength by 1 star, it would be worth it for them. Even if it was only able to raise their strength by a little, they would still be able to barely accept it. However, if this medicinal pill was completely useless, would they not end up with nothing? At that time, not only would they cause their hearts to be filled with anger, but they would also end up being ridiculed by others. How could they be willing to accept this? Cuckoo, everyone, although this extreme transformation pill only has a 1/3 chance of being able to raise the strength of an elite Do D by 1 star, I hope that everyone can understand the principle that it is better than nothing. Don't tell me that everyone is not willing to use the money in their hands to gamble for the next few hundred years of training. Feng Qian was able to understand the worry in the hearts of all the elite Do D present. However, at the same time, he had already expected all of this. Hence, the moment he opened his mouth, the expressions on the faces of those Do D changed. Everyone, this extreme transformation pill is able to be ranked as a rank 4 medicinal pill. It naturally has its own advantages. In the entire continent, there are quite a number of people who have used the extreme transformation pill to raise their strength. The reason why they are able to break through is because they dare to take the risk. If they succeed, they will be able to save a few hundred years of bitter training. If they fail, they will only be left with a pile of useless worldly possessions. The benefits in this will depend on how everyone deals with it. Chapter 539. The hearts of all the elite Do D within the private room involuntarily trembled when they heard Feng Qian's words. However, they eventually became quiet. All the elite Do D who could sit in this place were old and experienced. Although Feng Qian's words caused their hearts to palpitate and they almost involuntarily wanted to bid, they also knew that Feng Qian was extremely experienced in auctioning since he was able to become the auctioneer of this auction. The reason he had said so much was to allow them to bid and compete in order to raise the price of this extreme transformation pill. Feng Qian involuntarily frowned when he saw that there was no activity within those private rooms on the auction stage. However, he also knew that those fellows within the private rooms were after all elite Do D. Their thoughts were meticulous. In order to consider their own benefits, they would naturally not dare to easily bid. Of course, as long as one of them bid, there would be even more people who were unable to resist this temptation and began to bid. At that time, there would be no need for him to say anything more. The price of the extreme transformation pill would naturally soar wildly. The atmosphere in the auction ground might appear a little pressuring at this moment, but anyone with eyes could tell that this temporary silence was merely a temporary preparation for the storm that would follow. Cuckoo, everyone, the owner of this extreme transformation pill, hopes to use this medicinal pill to exchange for a Ling class Qi method. The affinity of the Qi method is not important. I only hope that it is above the Ling class. Of course, it is naturally possible if one is able to use high-grade ingredients of similar value to exchange for it. However, if someone is willing to use a Qi method or Do technique to exchange for it, the latter can be omitted. If anyone present is willing, please begin. Feng Qian's turbid eyes once again swept over those private rooms after his words sounded. His old face revealed a half-smile. Although no one had called out to bid until now, Feng Qian's heart was still calm. He believed that what would come would eventually come. However, this wait lasted for nearly an hour. Everyone present had already begun to show some impatience. This was a fight between elite Do-di and had nothing to do with them, these Ban-di experts. Even though they were similarly tempted by this medicinal pill, they also knew that this rank 4 medicinal pill, the extreme transformation pill, would only be something that belonged to these elite Do-di. If any of them dared to make a sound, they would only end up being the common enemy of the elite Do-di in the private rooms. These Ban-di were not stupid to put themselves in a dangerous situation for a medicinal pill. I bid 1,000-year-old 1,000-fan leaf. However, just when everyone thought that this silent atmosphere would continue, a clear and bright voice rang out in the huge auction hall once again. The sonorous and powerful voice was like the sound of a bell that reverberated endlessly in the entire auction house. The clear voice resounded in the ears of everyone, causing the expressions of everyone present to change in unison. The next moment, everyone. 1,000-year-old 1,000 extreme transformation pill. 1,000-year-old 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 1,000-year-old. They had clearly heard that it was another 1,000-year-old 1,000-fan leaf. This thing was something that no one, other than Xiao Yan in that private room, had ever taken out since the auction began. At this moment, when the 1,000-fan leaf was called for the second time, everyone present immediately thought of Xiao Yan without any hesitation. Xiao Yan's expression remained unchanged as he sensed the numerous gazes that were shot over from all directions. At the same time, the empty space outside of the private room slowly distorted. Xiao Yan's figure once again appeared in front of everyone in the auction ground. When Xiao Yan appeared, he placed his hand flat in the empty space before him. Above his palm floated a leaf that was exactly the same size as the one from before. It was the 1,000-fan leaf. The expressions of everyone present involuntarily changed when they saw the 1,000-fan leaf once again. From the unique pattern on the 1,000-fan leaf in Xiao Yan's hand, this 1,000-fan leaf was definitely not the one from earlier. This also meant that there was indeed a second 1,000-fan leaf in Xiao Yan's hand. However, compared to this, everyone was even more curious about whether this black-robed young man had a third or even more 1,000-fan leaves. If that was the case, then even if Xiao Yan was a rank 3 alchemist, no one present would be willing to let him go. Hearing Xiao Yan's sudden bid, Feng Qian, who was on the auction stage below, could not help but reveal a stunned expression. He could not help but feel some surprise in his heart. The Xiao Yan in front of him was clearly a Ban-di. Why would he need to auction such a medicinal pill? Soon after, however, Feng Qian came to an understanding. It was likely that with Xiao Yan's heaven-defying training speed, becoming an elite Do-di was merely a matter of time. Even if he were to auction it now as a preparation for becoming a Do-di in the future, it would not be unreasonable. At the same time, on the other side, Jin Yao's pretty face involuntarily revealed an extremely surprised expression. She did not expect that Xiao Yan would actually take out 2,000 fan leaves in succession. This fellow, what exactly did he do during these 2 days? Threads of cold sweat slowly seeped out of Jin Yao's white forehead. In her heart, she could imagine just what kind of price Xiao Yan had paid during these 2 days in order to catalyze these 2,000 fan leaves. I bid 100 flower. Soon after the voice from Xiao Yan's mouth sounded, those elite Do-di in the auction ground appeared to be unable to remain calm. A shady-faced yellow-robed old man revealed himself outside of a certain private room. At the same time, a plant that was neither flower nor grass slowly stood in his hand. Everyone present involuntarily turned their gazes towards the old man when they heard his words. Immediately, different expressions appeared on everyone's faces. Everyone had naturally imagined the situation of a bidding competition. However, they did not expect that these elite Do-di would actually compete with this rank 3 alchemist. It should be known that with the latter's status, most elite Do-di would not be willing to become enemies with him under normal circumstances. At this moment, however, this yellow-robed old man actually dared to provoke this hornet's nest in order to obtain a rank 4 medicinal pill. From the looks of it, this yellow-robed old man would likely end up in quite a lot of trouble after this matter. Of course, this yellow-robed old man was naturally aware of this point. However, his strength had not increased for hundreds of years after advancing to the Do-D class. The reason why he had participated in the auction this time around was because of this extreme transformation pill. In order to obtain it, the old man had not touched any of the other things in the auction. Now that such a moment had finally arrived, he must obtain this medicinal pill even if he had to use all his wealth and not hesitate to offend a rank 3 alchemist. The 100-flower flower may be good, but it cannot compare with this G flower of mine. The extreme transformation pill will definitely be in my possession. At this moment, an old man with fiery red hair from another private room in the auction ground also stepped forward. At the same time, a gray-colored flower also appeared in his hand. Feng Qian on the auction stage slowly narrowed his old eyes when he saw this scene. The corner of his mouth revealed a satisfied smile. Chapter 540. As one clapping sound after another sounded in the arena, the elite Do-D within the private rooms began to reveal their true capital. Various kinds of natural treasures were spat out from the mouths of the elite Do-D in a manner as though they were reporting. This scene caused everyone in the viewing gallery below to be stunned. Within a short moment, the medicinal ingredient names and some precious materials that were spat out from the mouths of the 10+ elite Do-D were actually nearly 100 types. However, this was far from enough to allow them to truly obtain the extreme transformation pill. Xiao Yan involuntarily clicked his tongue in amazement as he heard some of the natural treasures that he did not even recognize. Looking at the 1,000 fan leaves in his hand, Xiao Yan realized that even though his 1,000 fan leaves were also incomparably precious, it appeared to be insignificant when compared with the materials in the hands of these elite Do-D. In terms of quality, it could at the very most be considered above average. There was still quite a large gap when compared with the truly good things. These fellows may appear to be cautious on the surface, but the treasures in their hands are far from what I can compare with. Xiao Yan's heart involuntarily became awed when he thought of this. The foundation of an elite Do-D was indeed not something that a Ban-D could easily compare with. Thinking about it, just 2 days ago, he was still feeling joyous over the 1,000 fan leaves. Xiao Yan had never imagined that he would actually see such a scene 2 days later. Only at this moment did Xiao Yan's heart seem to understand what it meant by, there is always someone better than you. Cuckoo, everyone, the old me must say that the treasures in everyone's hands are indeed extremely precious existences in this world. However, everyone should also understand that the value of a rank 4 medicinal pill is not something that can be easily measured by ordinary things. Feng Qian paused for a moment. His gaze slowly swept over the 10+ elite Do-D in the sky. The expression on his old face did not change even a little because of the so-called treasures that the elite Do-D had mentioned. The things that everyone has taken out are indeed extremely precious. If these things were to be brought to the market, they would indeed be priceless existences. However, if everyone hopes to use such things to auction off a rank 4 medicinal pill, isn't that a little too petty? The expressions of the elite Do-D in the sky involuntarily changed when Feng Qian's words sounded. Their faces involuntarily revealed an embarrassed expression. In order to use the smallest price to exchange for this 1/3 chance, all the elite Do-D present were extremely cautious when they bid. Of course, Feng Qian's words had an overstating the truth. Feng, but... Cuckoo, you are at the very least a group of Do-D. Yet, you are actually so stingy when you bid. You have only taken out this kind of broken thing and you still have the wishful thinking of exchanging it for the extreme transformation pill. Why? Is a rank 4 medicinal pill so worthless in your eyes? All the men present immediately felt a numb feeling being emitted from their bodies the moment the soft voice was emitted. It was as though even their bones had melted under this voice. At the same time, even the pretty faces of those women involuntarily had a bright redness smeared over them. Xiao Yan's heart involuntarily stilled when he saw this scene in the private room. He did not expect that this voice was actually able to cause women to reveal such an expression. He hurriedly looked to the side. Immediately, Xiao Yan's eyes involuntarily shrank. His heart involuntarily felt a wave of shock at Jin Yao's tactic. He didn't think that even Murong Qianqian, who was by his side right now, couldn't help but have a faint crimson color appear on her absolutely beautiful face. Even though it was because of the room that the young girl was able to resist a large portion of the strange and bewitching voice, in the end, the young girl was still affected. The expressions on the faces of the many elite Dou Di in the sky involuntarily changed when they heard Jin Yao's words. Clearly, they were unable to form the slightest bit of underestimation in their hearts when faced with this extremely beautiful red-dressed woman. Jin Yao, you said that what we have is broken. In that case, what can you take out? You are also a Dou Di, but your collection is not very rich. Jin Yao's words, which were filled with disdain, stirred the anger of a yellow-robed old man in the square. Immediately, a heavy cold snort was emitted from the old man's nose after his words sounded. Immediately, an invisible force and pressure surged out from the old man's body, causing the surrounding empty space to tremble. Haha, Dan Lei, don't tell me that you are not aware of what I do. The thing that a businessman does not lack is collecting from all over the place. As the owner of the 1,000 medicinal house, I do not dare to say that I have collected all the treasures in the world. However, I do have some things that I can take out. They are many times better than the green vine in your hand. Jin Yao smiled. The smile on her pretty face appeared extremely bewitching, causing one to fall head over heels for her. At the same time, it also caused the hairs on the backs of all the elite Dou Di present to stand on end. At the same time, no one dared to treat her as an ordinary elite Dou Di in their hearts. They were all elite Dou Di, but the aura within that old man's body merely surged a little and caused the surrounding empty space to tremble. When one looked at Jin Yao, one might not be able to see anything on the surface, but she had unknowingly caused everyone present to sense a dangerous aura. Just from this point alone, Jin Yao's strength could definitely be considered an extremely top existence even when placed among the 10+ elite Dou Di present. After the words from Jin Yao's mouth sounded, she gently waved her hand. Immediately, a silver-white scroll appeared in Jin Yao's hand. The instant this scroll appeared, the expressions of everyone present changed drastically. To be able to take out a scroll in this kind of situation, it was needless to say that this scroll was at least a chi method or do skill of the spirit class or above. The muscles on the faces of the group of Dou Di involuntarily twitched intensely when they saw the silver-colored scroll in Jin Yao's hand. Even Xiao Yan, who was in the private room at this moment, revealed a shocked expression in his dark black eyes. Thunder Roar skill, a low spirit class chi method. Lightning affinity. It is known for its wild and violent attacks. The dou qi of those who practice it is even more ferocious and overbearing than other dou qis. There is nothing that one cannot overcome when facing an enemy. The expression on Jin Yao's pretty face was calm. The words from her mouth caused the old face of the yellow-robed old man, who had spoken earlier, to instantly turn green. Chapter 541. Spirit Class Chi Method. This is actually a Spirit Class Chi method. On the viewing platform, everyone's faces were filled with shock and disbelief as their gazes landed on the silver scroll in Jin Yao's jade-like hand. It was difficult to imagine that Jin Yao had actually taken out a Spirit Class Chi method. At this moment, it was not only the people present. Even the group of elite Dou Di's eyes were filled with shock as they looked at Jin Yao. At the same time, there was also a deep greed. As elite Dou Di, it was not that they could not take out a Spirit Class Chi method. However, a Chi method of that class was a Chi method that they practiced. Naturally, it was impossible for them to take it out to trade. Yet, Jinyao was actually able to randomly take out a spirit class chi method in front of them. This really caused them to feel shocked at the richness of Jinyao's collection. A scroll of spirit-level cultivation method. If this kind of thing was placed in an ordinary force or some family, it would be a family treasure passed down from generation to generation. Not to mention using it for a trade, it would be impossible to even take it out to take a look. That kind of thing had to be kept in an absolutely safe place. At this moment, Jinyao's seemingly casual action caused everyone present to feel a deep blow. This was especially the case for those elite Dodi. In their hearts, they understood that if this Thunder Roar skill was placed in their hands, it would undoubtedly become the most important thing for their entire clan. It was impossible for them to easily take it out. However, in front of them, Kukub, district owner Jean is willing to take out a spirit class low-level chi method to exchange for this aura transformation pill. May I know who else is willing to bid? On the auction stage, the originally brilliant smile on Feng Qian's old face was like a blooming flower. Clearly, he was quite satisfied with the Thunder Roar skill that Jinyao had taken out. A pair of turbid old eyes looked around. After discovering that no one else was bidding, a regretful expression involuntarily flashed across Feng Qian's old face. If there was someone else who was willing to bid and was able to take out an even higher tier spirit class middle-level chi method, it would be a great profit for their Tianyun auction house. Even though there was only a single word difference between a low-grade spiritual skill and a mid-grade spiritual skill, the gap between them was incomparable. After a moment of silence, the shout that Feng Qian wanted to hear didn't come. Now that Jinyao had taken out a spirit-grade cultivation method and no one else wanted to compete with her, it seemed that this was the only way. In the next moment, just as Feng Qian was about to open his mouth, a deep and powerful voice suddenly resounded in the auction house. I'll offer a low-level spirit chi method, as well as a chi method and battle skill that complement the chi method. At the same time these words were emitted, a middle-aged man wearing a brocade robe, with a pair of silver-white eyes, and a powerful aura all over his body, slowly appeared in front of everyone's sight outside of a private room that had been silent since the beginning. Ha! The expressions on everyone's faces instantly changed after the words from his mouth sounded. Numerous gazes that were filled with shock landed on the middle-aged man in the blink of an eye. At the same time, the group of elite Dodi in the sky and Jinyao, whose pretty face currently contained a surprised expression, also threw their gazes onto the middle-aged man. Immediately, the hearts of all the elite Dodi present involuntarily became awed. When the eyes of all the elite Dodi present landed on the middle-aged man, everyone instantly sensed an invisible pressure. That kind of pressure actually caused the Do Chi within the bodies of all the elite Dodi present to involuntarily become sluggish. Intermediate 2-star Dodi. At this moment, the expression on the face of Xiao Yan within the private room that he was in was extremely solemn. The strength of this middle-aged man who had appeared in the auction house at this moment had actually reached the intermediate 2-star Dodi level. This kind of strength was something that no one other than Dong Chuan and Feng Qian in the auction house could compare with. Even Jinyao, who was quite strong, was merely an initial 2-star Dodi. Yet, she still did not have the slightest advantage when facing this fellow. However, the thing that caused everyone present to be shocked at this moment was not the strength of this middle-aged man. Instead, it was the 2 black scrolls that he was currently holding in his hands. The scrolls were ancient in appearance. Some strange symbols were drawn on them in a crooked manner. However, all of this was not the main point. The main point was that this was a set of chi methods. A set was a combination of chi methods and Do techniques. This kind of chi method and Do technique were rarely seen. Hence, any chi method or Do technique that appeared on the market was even more precious than an ordinary chi method of the same class. Low Spirit Class Chi Method, Black Profound Skill. Dark Affinity Chi Method. When practicing it, it possesses an extremely strong swallowing strength. It is able to swiftly gather the natural energy. Its training speed is even faster than other Qi methods of the same class. At the same time, this Qi method also comes with a low spirit class Do technique, Black Profound Palm. This Do technique and the Qi method complement each other. When used together, its strongest strength is comparable to a middle spirit class Do technique. The middle-aged man did not have the chance to notice the numerous gazes that were shot over from around him. A pair of silver-white eyes swept over Dong Chuan. A fear flashed deep within his eyes. Only then did he look at Fong Qian. The expressions of everyone present became extremely surprised when they heard these words of the middle-aged man. Jin Yao, on the other hand, knit her brows tightly. She did not expect that this middle-aged man would actually break the silence at this critical moment. Cuckoo, mister, may I know if you can let the old me take a look at this Qi method and Do technique of yours? Fong Qian's old eyes exchanged glances with Dong Chuan by the side. After which, his face was filled with a smile as he looked at the middle-aged man and asked with a smile. Soon after, Fong Qian appeared to have sensed that his words were somewhat inappropriate. He immediately opened his mouth to explain. Mister, please don't misunderstand. This is the rule of my auction house. Anything that is too valuable must be inspected by the old me. Of course, the old me will definitely not speak without thinking. I will definitely speak the truth. The middle-aged man could not help but frown slightly when he heard this. Only then did his face reveal a suspicious expression as he looked at Fong Qian. After which, he let out a faint cold snort. At the same time, he threw the 2 scrolls in his hand toward Fong Qian. Fong Qian casually caught the 2 scrolls that flew over. His turbid old eyes immediately looked at the scrolls in his hand. Soon after, Fong Qian slowly closed his old eyes. A thread of spiritual strength flowed into the scrolls with a thought from Fong Qian. After a short moment, Fong Qian finally opened his eyes. At the same time, a golden light flashed within his turbid old eyes. Not bad. What this mister said is indeed true. Chapter 542. Xiao Yan's eyes revealed a grave expression as he stared at the middle-aged man in front of him. His expression swiftly became gloomy. While he carefully observed Xiao Xian in front of him, he also pulled Murong Qianqian behind him. You are the clan head of the Zhao clan. Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes. The Do Qi within his body had already circulated to every part of his body. His spiritual strength covered this entire place. Any movement in the world would fall into Xiao Yan's eyes at this moment. You are indeed already aware. However, this is also good. It saves this clan head from saying any more nonsense. As for now, you can go and die. Zhao Xian's expression was dark and stern as he laughed ferociously. Soon after, his body suddenly trembled and his body, which was standing in the air, disappeared in an instant. At the same time, Xiao Yan's expression, which was originally filled with a grave expression, also instantly became even more solemn and gloomy. Xiao Yan quietly cursed in his heart. He did not dare to be careless in his heart. His body shook and the Do Qi within his body immediately shot out from the pores on the surface of Xiao Yan's body. Soon after, it transformed into a turbulent and writhing beautiful flame that swiftly covered Xiao Yan's body and began to burn fiercely. The outside world is rumored to possess a heavenly flame. Seeing it today, it is indeed so. However, so what if you have a heavenly flame protecting your body? You are ultimately just a mere Ban emperor, a fake emperor. You are merely an ant in front of this emperor. Zhao Xian's cold laughter, which was filled with disdain, sounded in the sky while the heavenly flame rose on the surface of Xiao Yan's body. Zhao Xian's thunder-like voice reverberated in all directions, causing an ordinary person to have difficulty determining his exact location. However, with Xiao Yan's current rank 3 alchemist spiritual strength, it was naturally not difficult for him to detect Zhao Xian's location. Above. Xiao Yan quietly cried out in his heart. The expression on his face became slightly stern. Immediately, a thought passed through his mind and the dragon phoenix bloodline in his body was immediately activated. The purple-gold bloodline strength seemed to have come alive as it boiled within the blood vessels within Xiao Yan's body. Even Xiao Yan's heart began to beat even more intensely at this moment. Yellow Spring Divine Anger. A stern cry was suddenly emitted in his heart. Xiao Yan, whose eyes were flickering with a purple-gold light, suddenly raised his head and opened his mouth. At the same time, an earth-shaking furious roar was suddenly emitted from Xiao Yan's mouth. Mao! 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 The roar was like thunder, shaking the heavens and the earth. The entire world around the three of them trembled violently at this moment. Circle after circle of invisible spatial ripples spread out in all directions like waves. As the roar dragged on, in the end, it could not hold on any longer and collapsed with a bang, transforming into an endless expanse of pitch-black darkness. Humph! Xiao Yan's Yellow Spring Divine Anger directly attacked the soul, causing the expression of Zhao Xian, who was about to attack, to suddenly harden. His nose involuntarily emitted a muffled groan. Clearly, he was caught off guard by Xiao Yan's attack. At the same time, at a certain empty space some distance away from Xiao Yan's group, Jin Yao, who was hidden in the empty space, could not help but frown slightly when she heard Xiao Yan's roar. Her pretty face revealed a surprised expression. She did not expect that as a 6-star half-emperor, Xiao Yan was actually able to use such a powerful Do skill. This kind of might was not something that an ordinary 6-star half-emperor could compare with. Even some ordinary 8-star half-emperors were unable to use such a powerful Do skill. This brat, no wonder he was able to survive in the hands of 4 Do D. He really has quite a great ability. Jin Yao was secretly surprised in her heart. On the other side, Zhao Xian's heart was similarly shocked by Xiao Yan's strength. He did not expect that a 6-star half-emperor would actually be able to erupt with a frightening strength that even an 8-star half-emperor could not possess. Although this strength was not enough to harm him, it had already proved the frightening potential that Xiao Yan's body contained. Once he matured in the future, it was likely that even an elite Do D would not be able to do anything to him. At that time, it was likely that the entire western region would have to bow down to him. Humph! You're courting death. Zhao Xian could not help but quietly feel a hidden danger in his heart when he thought of this. The best method to deal with this kind of enemy, who had yet to fully mature, was to strangle them in the cradle. The 4 great sects had done this. At this moment, Zhao Xian was even more so. With a furious cry, Zhao Xian's body suddenly shook. The Do Qi within his body swiftly spread to his palm. After which, it was violently spat out and swiftly agglomerated into an enormous spear in the air. It carried an incomparably sharp overbearing might as it ruthlessly shot toward Xiao Yan's head in an instant. Seeing this, the serious expression on Xiao Yan's face did not decrease in the slightest. He swiftly took half a step back and raised both of his palms to his chest. With a thought, the Skyfire 3 mysterious change was immediately unleashed. The aura within Xiao Yan's body also swiftly rose. Within a short couple of breaths, Xiao Yan's strength had already risen from the initial stage of a 6-star half-emperor to the middle stage of a 6-star half-emperor. He was only a step away from the late stage. After unleashing the Skyfire 3 mysterious change, Xiao Yan's expression still appeared incomparably serious. His heart did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. If Xiao Yan did not use his full strength when facing an elite Do D, it was likely that he would suffer a crushing defeat. As he sensed the powerful Do Qi within his body, Xiao Yan rotated his left hand and turned it into a palm. A pair of dark black eyes stared intently at the enormous spear that was swiftly descending from the sky above his head. Soon after, when the enormous spear was about to land, a thumb-sized black spot was agglomerated and formed in Xiao Yan's left palm. Great Heaven Creation Palm. A furious cry was emitted from Xiao Yan's mouth. At the same time, his left palm suddenly shot forward. The sharp sound of rushing wind was emitted when his palm cut through the empty air. It was like the cry of an eagle that swept across the sky. The entire world emitted waves of trembling sounds. Clang! Accompanied by an earth-shaking loud sound, the dark black energy light circle that was emitted from the great heaven creation palm violently collided with the enormous spear that was heading toward him. The instant the two collided, an extremely frightening invisible strength suddenly swept out from between the two. It was just like a tsunami that wantonly moved in all directions in this vast empty space. In the blink of an eye, the empty space within 10,000 feet of Xiao Yan's body collapsed under this strength. It turned into an endless dark black space. The deep empty space caused one to feel a desolation at a glance, as well as a fear that rose from one's heart. Grog. After a short stalemate, Xiao Yan's expression instantly turned pale. A muffled groan was emitted from his throat. Soon after, he involuntarily spat out a large mouthful of fresh blood. The aura of his entire body had become weak at this moment. Bang! However, before Xiao Yan could react, Zhao Xian ruthlessly stomped on the tip of the enormous spear. Suddenly, the tyrannical strength of the enormous spear became even more invincible under Zhao Xian's stomp. In just a moment, Xiao Yan's great heaven creation palm was instantly destroyed. After the great heaven creation palm was destroyed, Zhao Xian's body moved. He grabbed the handle of the enormous spear under his feet. The tip of the spear fiercely lifted and pierced directly toward the space between Xiao Yan's eyebrows. At this moment, Xiao Yan felt the approaching danger and finally came to his senses. The moment he raised his head, the spear had already arrived above Xiao Yan's head. It was only 2 inches away from the space between his eyebrows. Die! With a ferocious roar, Zhao Xian's body shook. The power of the long spear in his hand became even more overbearing. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yan's eyes suddenly focused. At the same time, his heart turned pale with fright. At the same time, a thought passed through his mind and he wanted to use the Six Paths tent. At this moment, Xiao Yan could only use the Six Paths tent to avoid the long spear to the greatest extent. However, in the next moment, a cold light shot toward Xiao Yan's eyes. The glaring light caused Xiao Yan to be unable to open his eyes. At the same time, an ice-cold voice, like a golden bell, spread across the sky. A dignified Do-di bullying a bandee. What kind of Do-di are you? What kind of man are you? His heart focused. Xiao Yan raised his eyes and looked to the side. The person who had attacked was Jin Yao. Chapter 543. Ha, look at what you're saying. Don't tell me that I can't find you if I have nothing to do. Hearing that, Jin Yao laughed. Her beautiful eyes looked at Murong Qianqian, who was currently hugging Xiao Yan's arm, and the smile on her beautiful face became even wider. When she looked at the latter, she discovered that the young girl in front of her was also staring at her with a pair of exquisite large eyes, with a cautious and vigilant appearance. "Ah, little girl, what's wrong? Are you afraid that sister will snatch your man?" Seeing that, Jin Yao laughed once again, while Murong Qianqian's beautiful face quickly turned crimson red. Xiao Yan was also provoked by Jin Yao's words to the point that he could not help but cough a few times. His pair of eyes fiercely glared at Jin Yao. However, the latter completely ignored it. Instead, she seemed to be even more pleased with herself as she straightened her proud upper body, causing jealousy to involuntarily rise in the heart of the young girl in front of her. At the same time, the 2 lily-white hands that were hugging Xiao Yan's arm also used even more strength, causing Xiao Yan to cry out in pain in his heart. Humph! With a low snort, he once again withdrew his gaze. At the same time, he also pulled back the thoughts that had jumped out of his mind. You don't come to the 3 Treasures Temple for no reason. You're not simply looking for me, right? 3 Treasures Temple. This is the Heavenly Cloud Auction House. Be careful that people don't chase you out if they hear you. Jin Yao covered her mouth and laughed. He helplessly curled his lips. The red-dressed woman in front of him was really more talkative than him. Then let's go. Since there's nothing else, let's go and get the things that I've auctioned. I remember that you